are interacting more closely with the Earth's atmosphere, and here at the Antarctic line, the trapped charged particles are interacting more closely with the Earth's atmosphere. See, it will pull the horizontal column of air and make them vertical column. See, the same horizontal column that was here is now going on to become vertical column. Most of the middle income countries are there in stage 4 and highly developed countries are in stage 5. See, look at the diversity with respect to religion, diversity with respect to language. So this is the title for diversity. So when you have clear-cut division of labor on who will do what is their roles, what is their responsibilities, what will be the outcome, what are the steps and procedures. Hi guys, I hope you're all doing good. I hope you people are excited to see this detailed analysis of the GS1 paper. Right, so you people have been waiting for a long time for this analysis, so let us start off with the analysis. I have put in a lot of efforts to give you a proper analysis as well as a structuring of the answer. So if you can watch till the end of the video, you will understand how to prepare for GS1. Also, you will understand how to write answers specific to GS1 papers. So these are the two things that you will understand by seeing till the end of the video. So I hope all the sincere candidates will make sure that they see this seriously and they learn from this. Since we have put in a lot of efforts in analyzing this, in creating the structure, in bringing the content, I would like to please request each and every one of you looking there to please like, share and subscribe. This is one small effort that we request from your side for all the efforts that we have put in to help you out in your UPSC preparation. Okay, so now let us get on with the mains 2024. Let us decode the GS1 paper. Okay, now before we decode the GS1 paper, first let us understand how the questions have been asked, and let us understand the weightage section wise and also understand the difficulty level at every question. Okay, before I just give you the judgment that the paper is easy or moderate or difficult, first we need to dissect the paper. We need to look at each and every section, each and every question, then come to a conclusion of what the paper is all about, how will be the scoring pattern in this GS1 paper. So first let us dissect this and look into how the questions have come in this year for the GS1 paper in the mains 2024. So let us start off. The first is, as you can see in the screen, I have created the section wise. I have created a section wise questions that I've asked and the section wise difficulty. So I have created both for you people. As you can see, we have the ancient, medieval and ardent culture that comes as one group. 3 questions have come from this group, that is 2 10 markers and a 15 marker. So you have 20 plus 15. So you have 35 marks coming from ancient, medieval and ardent culture. Okay, and I would term this as easy. The section was very easy. They have asked about Pallavas, they have asked about Cholas, they have asked about Vedic age and later Vedic age and Vedic age. So very conventional questions. So I have termed this as easy. Okay, again we will go question by question and see why I have termed this as easy. I'm not just telling it at the outset. We will go and dissect it in detail and understand why we are terming this as easy, and that is what makes the difference. Okay, the next is modern India. 2 questions have come from modern India, that is one is a 10 marker and a 15 marker. So you have got 25 marks from modern India. Again I have termed this 2 questions as easy. Okay, the next is Indian society. Usually 6 questions come from Indian society, and as you can see 8, 9, 10 are the 10 markers, and 18, 19 and 20 are the 15 markers. So you have 45 marks. So overall from Indian society you have 75 marks that you have got. And I would term the Indian society as moderate because there were 2 questions that actually were very tricky, and you should have used some level of maturity to answer those questions. At the outset they may seem a little easy, but it is a little tricky, which we will discuss in detail in the coming few hours. But overall what I felt is Indian society can be put on a moderate basis. Out of the 6 questions, 4 were easy and 2 were very tricky. I would not call it difficult. Society questions will never be difficult. Society questions will always be tricky, because the society questions will be to check your depth, your maturity and your personality and your understanding of Indian society. What is the depth of understanding of your Indian society is how you get marks in Indian society, and that analysis or assessment will be done by them. So I hope you have shown the depth and maturity in balancing the views rather than going with the narrative that is given in the question. The narrative given in Indian society will purposely be negative to check, are you going with the narrative or are you able to defend the salient features of Indian society? That is the tricky part in Indian society. However, let us see how people have done, or how you people have assessed this. Overall, I would say that 6 questions, always 6 questions come from Indian society, and always we know that 75 marks is dedicated to Indian society, and it is coming from the range of moderate. Okay, the next is geography. As you always know, 8 questions always come from geography. There will always be 4 10 markers, and then you will have 4 15 markers. So overall you will get 100 marks from geography. Okay, and I am terming it as easy because the questions were very straightforward. Regional disparity, cloudburst, tier 1 to tier 2 migration. So these were very easy questions. Demographic transition, they have used the word called demographic winter, but demographic winter, anyone who was writing mains can predict what is demographic winter, and they can substantiate by giving the demographic transition theory that is there in your NCERT. So overall, the one question which actually made the level difficult was the question on twisters. This is one question that was a little difficult, not a little difficult. For people who are not from geography optional background, twisters is a concept that is a little difficult to explain. You can tell that it is a tornado, but the formation and mechanism of telling that it's a tornado and substantiating why it happens in the Gulf of Mexico is something that is a little tricky. So that is where I feel that it was a little difficult. But apart from that one question, the other 7 questions that were asked were very easy. So taking on that basis, okay, if you take on that basis, the overall geography as a section was easy. And the last but not the least, the world history. Okay, the world history, they have asked one question, and that question is easy because basically they have asked about the causes of World War I. So basically they have asked about balance of power, how balance of power is the single most important factor leading to the cause of World War I. But overall you can say yes it was, but there are other reasons also. So overall this is very conventional world history. If you take any summary book of world history, you will be able to cover the World War I and its causes. So the question was very straightforward. So if you look at the above observation, out of all the sections, obviously they have not asked the post-independence. No question has come from post-independence, so let us stop it there. So don't worry about those things. But now overall, if you look at these sections, you can see that easy, and there is moderate. Yes, every paper will have one question or 1.5 or 2 questions that will be very difficult. Okay, when I say 1.5, it means a sub question, not the complete question. A sub question may be difficult. Okay, so every paper will always have 1.5 questions that will be difficult. But what you should understand is the difficult questions will not make a difference. The difficult questions will not make a difference. The reason why I tell you the difficult question will not make a difference is no one is going to write it. At the end of the day, when no one is going to write it, even you will not write it, so there is no differential that gets created. Where is the differential that is getting created is these questions that go from easy to moderate. This is where everyone is going to write, even you are going to write. How are you going to create the differential matters? Are you bringing the diagrams? Are you bringing the flowcharts? Are you bringing the structuring? Are you bringing the content? How is your presentation? Balancing all these things is how the mains game is played. Okay, now if you think that only by content I'm going to win this game, you're wrong. You have to know how to balance your content with presentation, and that is what we're going to learn today in the detailed analysis of all the 20 questions of GS1. So I hope you're having the energy. I hope you're ready to stay tuned for longer hours to learn something that is not taught anywhere, at least in the YouTube channels. Alright, so now since we have already seen the section wise breakdown of GS1, now let us move on into the question wise breakdown of the difficulty. Okay, I told you we'll go one question at a time and look at how or why the question is easy or why the question is difficult. Okay, so now let us look at the question wise breakup, okay, and analyze the difficulty. Okay, so the first question that they have asked is mainly about the differences when it comes to the society, differences when it comes to the economy with regards to Rig Veda and later Vedic period. Obviously, last time also they had asked a question on Vedic age. This time also they're asking a question on Vedic age. It was predictable. it was very much on the lines that all the main students would have prepared. This is also overlapping with what you study for your prelims also. There is nothing new about it. So overall it comes from the section of ancient, medieval and art and culture, and the question is termed as easy because it is conventional. It comes from conventional sources, and if you have studied ancient India, obviously it is from the ancient India. The next is Pallavas of Kanchi. Again, a well-known kingdom. When you are reading the timeline of the entire ancient India, you will come across Pallavas. Obviously, they are very, very famous for their temple architecture, their sculpture. The Bhakti movement started here. So they are the founders of the entire cultural renaissance of the South India. So obviously, this is an easy question. Again, since it is coming from the conventional sources or conventional syllabus. Okay, the next is the modern India, the Quit India movement. Each and every person who's preparing for UPSC will know about Quit India movement. They would have read from 1939 to 1947 what is happening. This is one complete chapter in your spectrum. You would have studied in and out of it. Hence, we are terming it as easy. The next is sea surface temperature and tropical cyclones. Okay, this is actually an easy question, but people who are not very, very strong with their basics, they may feel that it is a little moderate. So let me put it for those people as moderate. The reason why I'm putting it as easy is my students will find it very, very easy. And tropical cyclones and how the sea surface temperature will accentuate this intensity, accentuate the frequency. If you can tell that, that is all the answer is. But overall, I am terming it as easy. The next is, there is a question, why people migrate in developing countries mainly to large cities and not to small towns. Socio-economic geography, the question is moderate. Why have I put the question as moderate is, here many students will start writing in GS3 language. Many people will start bringing economic dimensions, and they will start talking only about the economic opportunities, income opportunities, and so forth and so on. Okay, here you have to use geographical keywords. The geographical keywords can be accessibility, connectivity, it can be push factors, pull factors, it can be diffusion of innovation, decentralization of creativity. These are the keywords that should come in order to write a geographical answer, especially in the section of socio-economic geography. So it depends on how well you have written the answers using the keywords that are specific to geography language. Okay, hence I'm marking it as moderate, but again my students who have attended the advanced Mains masterclass would have known how to use the keywords and how to bring the paper specific language. Okay, anyways, apart from that, I don't worry about it. This entire session of the discussion is about to give you the learnings and maturity of how to approach the GS1 paper, taking it from the keywords, taking it from the structuring, taking it from presentation. How exactly should an answer be written in GS1 in different sections is what you're going to learn by the end of the video. So I hope you're again having that energy to look at it till the end. Okay, so the 5 questions are done. So you're seeing that majority of the questions that you're seeing are on the basis of easy, right? So let us move on to the next question. The next is cloudburst. Very, very easy questions on climatology. This time climatology has made a comeback. Climatology usually one question come, but this time there are 3 questions that have come on climatology. That is a very, very good thing. Climatology demands conceptual clarity. People who have very good conceptual clarity will have very, very ease with which they can write the answer in climatology. Anyways, so this is again very easy. The next is demographic winter. Okay, demographic winter is basically the declining population. Okay, the declining population growth rate. So that is what is demographic winter. Most of the people who are writing means, even though they wouldn't have heard this term, they would at least guess what this demographic winter is. They will be in a state of mind where they at least know the entire context that is written in that question is setting in a very negative way, so they can more or less guess what demographic winter is, and on that basis they can talk about this, because they're telling again what is demographic winter and what are the countries facing demographic winter. You will very, very easily get to know, okay, it has to do something with declining population growth rate. Okay, so that common sense I know that main students will have. Anyways, this part comes from socio-economic geography. However, because the term is very new, or because the term is something that usually we will not listen or hear about, I'm terming it as moderate. Okay, but the moment you get to know what demographic winter is, they are mainly asking you about the demographic transition theory. They're mainly asking you about the demographic transition theory. So this is about the 7th question. The next is coming to the, so we are done with the 10 markers of geography. Now we are moving into the 10 markers of Indian society. Here you have a question about gender equality, equity and empowerment. Basically, I've seen a lot of videos in social media that shows what is equality and what is equity. Okay, why there has to be some affirmative action created in the name of equity. So this images keep making rounds. Overall, they have asked you how well you know the concept of equality, equity, and how is it different from empowerment. And if you can tell this and substantiate this with what is happening in the Indian society, then more or less it is a very, very easy way to talk. The reason why I'm marking it easy is anyone who's writing mains should and will have the ability to differentiate these terms and write a very, very, very good answer on this. Okay, the next is intercaste and interreligious marriages. As you know, caste system is a theme. Every year there will be a question on the caste system in mains. That is for sure known. But what is very surprising is they are given 2 dimensions here. They are telling intercaste marriages are increasing, but interreligious marriages are not in India. So substantiating it and bringing more dimensions there is a little difficult. So I am marking it as moderate. I am not telling it is completely impossible. It is moderate. So in Indian society, we can take this question as moderate. Okay, the next is socio-economic issues of development. Okay, the socio-economic issues of development, how government plays a role, how NGO plays a role, and how private sector plays a role. So this is again a very open-ended question, but here again what I want to tell is usually students, what they do, they again take up the GS3 route. They talk about different aspects of GS3. They also talk about different aspects of GS2. Because these NGOs, the charitable institutions or the self-help groups, all these things they would have learned in GS2, they'll start bringing the GS2 jargons and putting it in GS1. That is what should not be done. Okay, you should maintain that you are writing a topic in the section Indian society. So any private government or NGOs that you talk about should come within the conformance of the language that are specific to Indian society. So I hope you have brought that. If you can bring that and if you have that ability, I think the question was very easy and you could have easily sailed through by writing this question. So this is about the socio-economic issues of development. The next is the 11th question. So this starts the 15 markers. So now we start the 15 markers. So in the 15 markers, you have the Cholas. Straightforward, everyone would have from conventional sources studied this kingdom. It is not like it is not there in conventional sources. So again, very easy. And that too, they are giving on a very broad question of how their contribution is in architecture as well as art. Again, a very, very broad question. This is the second time. They have already asked once Cholas and Dravidian architecture. So this is not like the first time that they're asking also. The next is, as I told you, the First World War. It is coming from world history. The reason why it is easy is again, this is purely convention where any summary book that you read of world history, you will always have the causes. And the question is on what are the causes. They have given that balance of power is one of the reason, but you can tell that is just one. There are other reasons also. So overall, if you know the causes, you can write the answer. This is a very tricky question. Handicrafts and cottage industries in India. Okay, this is actually a question from modern India. Many people will think that it is a question from world history, but it is wrong. It is a moderate level question. What they are trying to tell is, they are trying to tell how industrial revolution that happened in Britain, helped them in order to suppress our handicrafts and cottage industry, that is cottage industry in India. So how much of a reason is industrial revolution that happened in Britain a reason in order to put down our cottage industries and handicrafts? So because of industrial revolution that happened in Britain, how did deindustrialization happen in India? This is what you have to defend. So basically you have to talk about the colonial policies. Basically you have to talk about the political disintegration that prevailed in India, and you also should talk about the economic policies from the drain of wealth theory. So if once you bring all these aspects into the answer, it is mainly a modern India answer. It is nothing to do with world history. Many people I've seen are doing it, but unfortunately it is not. Okay, so this is how it is. The next, we are done with the ancient medieval history and modern India as well as world history. Now we are again going into the realms of geography. Wonderful question this is. Groundwater potential in Gangetic Valley. Okay, we know that the Gangetic Valley have the best aquifers in the world. But look at the question. The question is asking about the groundwater potential in Gangetic Valley is declining and what can be the consequence. A very contradictory question to our belief. We believe something and they're asking something, so it kind of hits us. So I'm marking it as moderate, because many people who don't have a sound knowledge of Indian geography are going to suffer to write this question. However, I am believing that sincere students who have studied properly, they can write a moderate answer. The question comes from Indian geography, but it is a little tricky. So here, what you should usually do, or what you can do, is you can divide the entire Gangetic plains into small parts. Punjab plains, Awadh plains, Rohilkhand plains, Bengal plains, Bihar plains, Brahmaputra is not these plains. So once you divide these plains and analyze and assess, then you will get the answer very clearly. Okay, so this is about the groundwater potential. Again, a very interesting question, but a moderate question for those people who are not strong in their basics of Indian geography. Okay, the next is auroras. Auroras was a surprise. The reason why it was a surprise, again I'm marking it as moderate, because the reason why it was moderate is because you don't read it in conventional books. You don't read it in conventional books. Okay, so hence I'm marking it as moderate. Auroras are something that everyone knows, but it is something that it is not there in the NCERT. So because it is not there in the NCERT, we usually don't read about it. So I am marking it as moderate. Okay, this is about the auroras. There is one more question on climatology. Okay, as I told you, climatology has made a comeback. There are a lot of questions coming on that. Okay, let us go to the 16th question. Twisters. Again, this is difficult. I am marking it as difficult. One, it is not conventional. And two, this is a phenomena that does not happen in India. So those phenomena that does not happen in India, we are usually not aware of unless it is not there in the NCERT. Okay, so this twister, which is also called tornado, is something of a concept that is unheard of, hence we will mark it as difficult. Okay, the next, we are done with our geography questions. The next is regional disparity. Basically, they have asked you what is regional disparity and how is regional disparity different from regional diversity. Very simple question. These are questions where you have to hit it outside the park. There is nothing to think. You just have to write a very good answer in a matter of just 8 to 9 minutes. Now you don't even have to take 11 minutes for such answers where you have already made your notes. Okay, regionalism is a theme. Regionalism is something that you should have been prepared upon. It is not something that you should go there in the exam and think about. This is something where you should know exactly what to write just by reading the question and not thinking at all. Okay, the next is a question on underprivileged section and equity and justice for them, and this is somehow they are asking in Indian society, but it is linked to the contemporary social issue. So recently the Supreme Court has also told that there has to be categorization within the SCs and STs like the OBCs, so that there is a creamy layer, so that the benefits percolate deep into the sections of the society who are underprivileged or who are vulnerable. So on those lines the question has been set. Again, you should be very careful how you answer this question. This is the question that I am marking moderate because it is set in a negative tone. So because it is set in a negative tone, you cannot just keep arguing negatively. You have to bring some positivity into it. Yes, you have to. I'm not telling that there is nothing negative. You have to talk about the negative, but you cannot tell that there was no undoing of historical injustice. So from independence, more than 70 years of independence, you cannot tell that the affirmative action that we have done has not undone any historical injustice is a very wrong thing. So you should not completely go into the negative aspects. You have to bring the negative but also talk about the positive aspects here. Okay, the next is globalization and women. I am marking it as easy because globalization itself is a theme. When I say globalization, always you will find answers. I mean, always you will find one question on globalization. So I am hoping that you people who want to write mains or who have written mains will have this awareness and would have prepared notes on globalization from different dimensions. Okay, and the last one is again a very tricky question, that is cultural diversity and socio-economic marginalities. Okay, so basically this is set in a negative light, so you should be very careful how you do it. So what they're telling is the diversity mainly who are vulnerable are the ones who are poor. So on these lines it has been set. We will discuss in detail, but there are very high chances that there can be a prejudice or stereotype that can be reflected in the answers that you write. You should be very careful that such biases, prejudices and stereotypes should not be reflected. So be very careful in how you will structure the answer and what points you generate in that particular answer. So I'm marking it as moderate because there are very high chances that the way you approach the answer may go wrong, though you have written good number of points. Okay, so these were some of the questions that I have created. So in society you have 1, 2, 3 moderate questions. Okay, in society you have 3 moderate questions. Okay, in geography this is society, and in geography you have 1 difficult question. Okay, 1 difficult question and 1, 2, 1, 3 and 3 moderate questions and 3 moderate questions. So you have 6 questions in society and you have 8 questions in the geography. Out of this you have 14 questions. So you have 75 marks here and 100 marks here. Alright, so 175 marks comes only from society and geography. That is the beauty of these 2 sections. That is the beauty of the entire GS1. If you have got the competency to get good marks from geography and society, on top of that, ancient, medieval, art and culture and modern India is easy, you have already won the game. I hope you understand this. Okay, so yes, the 3 moderate questions, if you are careful enough, if you are matured enough, you can handle this. It is not like it is impossible. It is not like you have not heard the terms at all. And here also in geography, the 3 moderate questions, you can handle it if your basics are very strong. It is not that you cannot answer it at all. These are terms that I have not heard of. You can handle it. So moderate questions, just because I'm terming it moderate does not mean that you're going to get less marks. Yes, there is 1 difficult question where twisters is a concept that is very difficult, a little difficult to explain, but overall we can say that the paper, the GS1 paper was on the easier side. So we can expect an average score of around 110 plus in this paper, provided that it depends on the overall cumulative performance of the candidates. But with my experience, I'm hoping that this time GS1 will have a good marks, because last time in 2023, 95 plus was very good marks in GS1. But this time I'm hoping that 110 plus. I'm also hoping my students will get 120 plus. That's another issue. But since I'm doing the video for a general audience, I don't want to keep bringing my students and my program and trying to irritate you people. That I'll not do. So in general, what I'm feeling is overall, everyone will easily be able to score 110 plus in this paper. This time is what I feel. So this is about my key takeaway from 2024 GS1 paper. What do you feel about it? Is there anything different that you feel or your assessment is? So please do comment in the comment section, and please do let us know what is your way of looking at this. How is it different from us? We'll also learn from it. We'll also try to take that feedback. So I hope you liked the analysis, and I hoped you understand the weightage of the questions and how you are going to prepare for the 2025 mains. Okay, this is a glimpse of the idea of how GS1 has to be prepared. So now, since you got to know the weightage of questions within the sections, now you got to know how to approach the questions. Now let us understand how to approach the section from studying perspective. That is, how to study Indian society, how to study ancient, medieval and art and culture, how to study geography. By discussing every question that has been asked, the next 20 questions, you will understand how not only the answers that needs to be written, how to exactly study for the exam also. I'll keep touching upon both the aspects, how to write an answer as well as how to prepare for that section. So please stay tuned. And one more request, if you like this video, please do like, share and subscribe, because it means a lot to us. You put in that small effort to help us consistently be giving you this quality of analysis. All right, let us now start off the detailed analysis of all the 20 questions. I hope you are ready. I hope you are attentive, and I hope you are making note of all the important things that we are going to discuss henceforth. Okay, let us start. Let's begin. The first question reads, underline the changes in the field of society and economy from Rig Veda to later Vedic period. Okay, now whatever discussion that we do it under the three headings: introduction, body, and conclusion. So we are going to broadly use these three headings, and the body is where we do most of the analysis. The most of the analysis that we do will be in the body section. Okay, so let us start off. This again is a very straightforward question. Now, as you know, many people would have asked, sir, ancient medieval is not there in the syllabus, why are they asking? It is very false. The reason why this is false is ancient medieval should not be studied separately from art and culture. Whenever they say ancient and medieval, or whenever they say art and culture, both are integral part. Both are integral part of your studies. This is what I have been teaching. This is what I have been telling from a very long time. Don't study it in silos. Ancient, medieval, art and culture are all together. So when you study Indus Valley civilization, study different dimensions of it. Don't just study the art, don't just study the culture, study the politics, study the society, study how the functioning of the entire civilization happened. So you have to study from economic, social, political, as well as the art and cultural angle. So don't keep yourself to only study things that are very, very less. It is okay. When it comes to ancient and medieval and art and culture, you have to study in integral of entire thing. Okay. Now coming to this particular question, a very, very good and straightforward question. So how will I introduce? I'll introduce by talking about the Rig Vedic age. See, history is history is temporal distribution of phenomena. So, since history is a temporal distribution of phenomena, you should always have timelines written in your answers, especially when you're writing the ancient, medieval and art and culture, questions. Okay. So, here, introduction, I am going to write about Rig Veda that started from 1500 BC to 1000 BC. Okay. And then I'm going to talk about the next period, that is the later Vedic period. And this started from 1000 BC to 500 BC. So this will be my introduction, and I will also introduce that both this is known as the age of scripture. Both are known as the age of scripture. So Rig Vedic period, there was Rig Veda, hence it is known as Rig Vedic age. In later Vedic period came all the other scriptures, that is Samaveda, Yajurveda, Atharva Veda. Then comes Brahmanas, that is the commentaries on Veda. Then comes Aranyakas, and also comes Upanishads. See, hence it is known as age of scriptures. Sir, is it necessary to write all these names? Yes, it is. In GS1, especially when it comes to history, and whenever I tell history, it means all these: ancient, medieval, art and culture, post-independence, modern India, all this together is known as history. And when it comes to history, whenever you get an opportunity to write personalities, places, timelines, write it. Okay, you will get good marks. That is the basic takeaway. Don't be stubborn, just write all the names, but it should be in the context. Since they are asking about the Rig Veda and later Vedic period, you are giving enough number of data. See, not only are you giving the timeline here, you are also specifying it is the age of scripture and also telling different scriptures that came during that period. Okay, so this gives a comprehensive understanding to that examiner, that evaluator, that you have a very good knowledge about what you are going to write forward. Okay, that impression that you make an examiner create on yourself is what matters, because that will take you that 0.5 to 1 mark extra than the others who have written the same answer at the end of the day, because everyone will know this content. I hope you have got this. Okay, so this is my introduction. I talk about the timeline and the age of scriptures. Then I go into the field of society. Okay, so they have asked in the question the field of society as well as economy. So in the body of the question, since it's a 10 marker, I don't have too much of scope to play around here and there. I have to jump right into the particular aspect. So first I'll talk about society. Okay, so in the society aspect, I will take Varna. Okay, so in the Varna, I'll take Rig Vedic age and later Vedic age. So this is how I am going to analyze. It is not necessary that you put the tables like I am putting. I am just explaining it to you people, but you people can write in paragraphs. That is not an issue. Okay. So if you take Varna, you can talk about how in Rig Vedic page it was flexible, how the mobility used to happen. Whereas when you come to later Vedic period, it became rigid. Okay, the Varna system became rigid, and in the Rig Vedic period it was not on the basis of birth, it was on the basis of occupation, and in the later Vedic period it became on the basis of birth. So this is what we will talk about in the Varna. Okay, the next is coming to women. So in the Rig Vedic period, women enjoyed a high status. Women not only enjoyed the high status, they also took part in Sabha and Samiti. Okay, not only that, they also took part in religious ceremonies. Okay, so that is one aspect that you can tell. When it comes to later Vedic period, they lost the high status. They were not part of the Samiti. They were not also allowed to take part in religious ceremonies. That is, women were put at the backdrop. They were not allowed to have the same status that they enjoyed in the Rig Vedic period. That is another aspect. The next one is society. Okay, when we come to society, this is a broader point that you should make. The society in Rig Vedic period, the society in Rig Vedic period was like this. You have Kula, you have Grama, you have Vis, and at the end of the day you have Jana. Okay, so Jana means clan, Jana also means tribe. Okay, so this was in Rig Vedic period. Okay, so Kula is the basic unit of the society, and another name for Kula is family. Even today, we follow the same thing. In Indian society, family is the basic unit. As you can see, even it started from Rig Vedic period. In Rig Vedic period, it was the family that was the basic unit. So from there upon, family, a group of families will become Grama, a group of Gramas will become Vis, a group of Vis will become Jana. Now when I say Jana, it does not mean any land or any territory, it means a clan, it means a tribe. Okay, so know the difference. At that point of time, these people were not attached to the land. The reason is because this Rig Vedic people were nomads. They did not settle at one place. They constantly migrated in search of pastures. They had horses, cattle was an important wealth for them. So this was what was in Rig Vedic society. When it comes to the later Vedic society, this changes. Look what happens. You have Kula, you have Grama, you have Vis, and from Vis it becomes Janapada. So the highest level in the hierarchy is Janapada. It is no more Jana. Jana, as the name translates, Jana in Kannada means people. In the same manner, Jana is what our entire allegiance was there in Rig Vedic period. But now if you see in the later Vedic period, the allegiance goes to Janapada. As you know, Pada means foot, Jana means people. So basically our allegiance is going to those regions where people can set foot, and that is territories. Okay, look at the society. The society that starts with Kula, family, now will pledge their allegiance not to any clan, not to any tribe, but to a particular region or a territory. This is the start of Janapada. So the society that was purely having its allegiance to Jana, in the later Vedic period, now the society has the allegiance not to a tribe or a clan, but to a region. That is what is called as Janapada. Pada means foot, Jana means people. The region where the people set foot is what is known as Janapada. This is what you have to explain with respect to the society. The next is coming to the economy aspect. Let us start with the economy. If you take the economy, as I told you, the Rig Veda and later Vedic period, the Rig Veda people were pastoralists. In the later Vedic period, they become agriculturalists. Okay, here cattle was the main wealth that was seen. Now the crops that are grown and the agricultural fertile regions are the main aspect. Okay, they live a settled life. Okay, the next is here there was barter system, there was no trade. Here when people live a settled life, obviously when they live a settled life, there is start of trade and commerce. Okay, now here it was mainly bronze that people were using. Here starts the Iron Age. Okay, now here there was no currency. Here they start using the punch marked coins. Obviously, if you are trading, you need to have some type of a currency for the trade to happen, and then comes the punch marked coins. So these are some of the changes that we see in the later Vedic period compared to the early Vedic period. Okay, so however, how will you conclude? You will conclude that it is the later Vedic period that laid the foundations. It is the later Vedic period that laid the foundations for the coming of Mahajanapadas that are going to be the second phase of urbanization, after Indus Valley civilization. See, now in that conclusion also I am trying to add a lot of value. I am bringing Mahajanapadas, I am telling that they are urban societies that happens in the Gangetic plains, and this happens after Indus Valley civilization. So from the introduction to the conclusion, I have been very specific, and I am trying to write specific points and not generic points. So if you can bring this in the answer, this provides a very, very good picture in the examiner. Overall, this is how I would like to structure the answer. As I told you, you need not write it in table format, you can write it in paragraph format. I am just writing it in table format for the convenience of myself to explain it to you, because I can bring more points here. Okay, one more thing what I want to make it very clear is I have taken the time, studied it, researched it, so I can write a few more points compared to the people who are writing in the exam. So please don't put yourself in that pedestal and think that I have written a bad answer. Don't do that. We have got the convenience of time, and it gives us the scope to research more and bring more points. It doesn't mean that I am very intelligent, or it doesn't mean that I can write more points compared to others. It is not at all. So please don't do that. The exam condition and the pressure of the exam will, always make sure that it will hamper the performance of every individual who's writing it. And you should always take that into account. What we are doing it is outside the exam like conditions, stress free, and we have tools for research, and hence the answers will be more specific, the answers will be much better. This is very, very general. This is the rule, so don't worry about it, and don't try to compare yourself with what I am trying to tell here. The entire aspect of the entire session that I am trying to do is to explain how to bring GS specific language, how to prepare for the exam, and how to write answers. This is my goal, and that is what I am trying to do for you. So I hope you are enjoying it as well as learning from it. Okay, so this is about the first question. Let us now look at the second question. The second question reads as: estimate the contribution of Pallavas of Kanchi for the development of art and literature of South India. Okay, so again a very, very direct question that they are asking about the art and literature of South India. So here basically first you have to write the introduction. The introduction always try to write about the time period of Pallavas. So basically Pallavas were there from the 4th century to almost 9th century. So they were there from the 4th century to 9th century, and they played a very, very important role in the cultural renaissance. They played a very important role in the cultural renaissance of South India. Okay, so this is going to be the introduction, and in fact you can also say that important famous rulers of Pallavas were Mahendra Varma, 1, Narasimha Varma, 2. Okay, these were the famous rulers. As I told you, whenever you get an opportunity to write about the personalities, names, figures, or about the timeline, please make sure that you do that in history. Okay, again, my students who have learned from me will obviously put a world map and show, will obviously put an India map and show the contemporary of Pallavas, because my students can draw it in a matter of just 30 seconds. Or you also, if you are practicing in the future exams, try to practice this. Always when they ask such question, try to give the contemporary. So if this is the Pallavas, these are the Pallavas, you add this side Chalukyas of Badami, and then this was where you add Harshavardhana. Okay, the North India add Harshavardhana. So this shows, you give the heading as, or you give the title as Contemporary of Pallavas. Okay, this is how very quickly you can add a value to this particular answer. Okay, now coming to the second part. The second part is their contribution in art. As I told you, their main contribution is they were the founders of Dravidian architecture. They were the founders of Dravidian architecture. So basically what here we can elaborate is, you can either talk in depth about it or you can talk superficially about it depending upon your knowledge. Obviously we have research, so we know a little bit better. So just for the learning sake, what we can do is, you can take a table of Mahendra Varma. There were three important rulers, Narasimha Varma 1 and Narasimha Varma 2. And this Narasimha Varma 2 is what is known as Rajasimha. Okay, so if you take these three rulers, okay, these three rulers started the temple architecture. How this Mahendra Varma started something called cave temples. A very good example is Varaha temple. That is a very good example. Narasimha Varma 1 is known for the Pancharathas. The Pancharatha. Okay, this is the 5 monoliths. 5 monoliths that you see in Mahabalipuram. That is Mahabalipuram. That is by Narasimha Varma. And the last is Narasimha Varma 2. He started what you call as structural temples. Structural temples, the best example is the Shore temple. Okay, so this is how the start of temple architecture was done by the Pallavas, and this structural temples laid the foundation for Dravidian architecture. It laid the foundation for Dravidian architecture. Okay, so this is about the temple architecture. Apart from this, they have asked about the literature. So when it comes to the literature, you can talk about Mahendra Varma. Okay, so here Mahendra Varma has written a very famous book called just give me a minute, Matta Vilasa Prashasana. Matta Vilasa Prahasana. Okay, and in the period of Pallavas is where the Bhakti movement reached its peak. And Bhakti movement, there were two groups. One was Alvars and another is Nayanars. So because of the encouragement of Alvars and Nayanars, there was regional literature that were written in regional languages that were developed. Regional literature that was written in regional languages that were developed. Apart from this, there is a type of Grantha script that was developed during this period, and this Grantha script, okay, helped write Sanskrit. It helped write Sanskrit in Tamil language. So this is the contribution of Pallavas with respect to literature as well as with respect to art and architecture. So this is how you can write this. And the concluding remark, the conclusion that you can write is, not only they act as an important facilitators for cultural renaissance. They not only act as cultural renaissance of South India, but they also acted as a bridge. Between the North India and South India. They acted as a bridge between North India and South India during ancient times. When I say bridge, they help in facilitating ideas, they help in facilitating travelers, they helped in facilitating the art, architecture. In all those ways, they acted as a bridge between North India and South India. Okay, for example, Yun Sang also visited the Pallava kingdom. Hence, you know that there was constant communication as well as constant interaction between the north and the south via the Pallavas. So this is how I would like to end this answer. All right, so this is about the second question. Let us move on to the next question. The third question is, what were the events that led to the Quit India movement? Point out its results or consequences. Okay, again introduction. We start by talking about the Quit India movement, which is also known as August Kranti. It started on August 8, 1942. As I told you, temporal aspects is what I'll bring. And August Kranti that started in August 8, 1942, it started with the Gandhiji's call for do or die. Gandhiji's call for do or die. The next aspect is what were the events that triggered the Quit India movement. The first and the most important event that triggered for the the Quit India movement is the Cripps mission and its failure. The failure of Cripps India mission. So here Cripps India mission was recommending dominion status. Indians were recommending complete independence, and the Cripps were not ready to give any type of immediate transfer of power. So that was the important reason for the coming of Quit India movement. That is when Gandhiji realized that the Britishers are not considering our request seriously. Okay, the next is the Second World War. It's Japan becoming stronger in Southeast Asia. Okay, that is another important aspect. Here, not only Japan is becoming stronger, England or English loses Myanmar. They lose the Myanmar from their sovereignty, and that another is the reason why it triggers the Quit India movement. This is the time where Gandhiji as well as Indians feel that the Britishers are weak and they cannot protect themselves, and the English cannot protect us, and if we have to protect ourselves, we have to have a sovereign government of our own. So that is the second reason why the Quit India movement again started out. The third reason why Quit India movement started out is the activities of Indian National Army. The Indian National Army led by Subhash Chandra Bose started becoming more stronger. It started collaborating with Japan, and because Japan was becoming stronger, it seemed like Indian National Army was also very strong, and it gave the belief amongst the people that we can defeat the English. That is another reason. The next reason for Quit India movement is the economic misery. The economic misery as well as the famines. The economic misery as well as the famines. The war had diverted a lot of food. It has diverted a lot of food, and because it had diverted a lot of food, there was a lot of food inflation, and there was shortages of food that led to famines, and people had lost their jobs. There was no trade, no economical activities that were happening in the country, and this led to poor conditions that increased the frustrations of the common man. So the common man was now fed up with the British and was ready to fight no matter what to remove the British outside our land. So these are the four important reasons or events that led to the Quit India movement. Finally, Gandhiji at the Gwalior tank on August 8, 1942 will give a call of do or die, and that is when the Quit India movement starts. It is a violent movement, and there is the complete mobilization of all people across all spectrum, and that is what we will see in the second part of the question. What it says that point out its results. So what were the results? Okay, first one, there was complete mass mobilization. There was complete mass mobilization. Okay, the second is now there was rise of young leaders. There was rise of young leaders, for example, Aruna Asaf Ali. Why there was rise of young leaders? Because all the senior leaders were arrested. Okay, third one, there was no communal clashes. There was no communal clashes. Fourth one, there was underground activities that came up that helped keep the movement alive. Example is Ram Manohar Lohia as well as Usha Mehta. They played a very, very important role in keeping this alive. The fifth was the signaling to the British that this is the end of their rule in India. Why is it signaling to the British? Is because the Quit India movement was also supported by many people within the bureaucracy. It was also supported by many people in the capitalistic, or capitalism, who were industrialists. These people supported the movement. Okay, and the common man started to believe that we can rule for ourselves. So this signaling is the start of the end of British rule in India. So that is what my conclusion will be. How will I conclude? I'll conclude by telling that Quit India movement is the start of the end of British rule in India, because it allowed us to believe that we can take care of ourselves. You understood this? So this is how I would like to conclude this answer. Again, a very straightforward one. If you have read the spectrum, you can answer this question in a very comprehensive manner. Now let us start off with the fourth question. The fourth question is, what is sea surface temperature rise and how does it affect the formation of tropical cyclones? Okay, so first let us talk about the sea surface temperature. In geography, the best way to introduce is define the terms. For example, if they are asking you cloudburst, define cloudburst. If they are asking you tornado, define tornado. If they are asking you any phenomena, just define the phenomena, because it is a science. Definition will itself act as introduction. Okay, so that is one aspect of it. So when we talk about sea surface temperature, it is the temperature at the surface of the ocean. The temperature at the surface of the ocean for a few meters in depth. This is what is sea surface temperature. Okay, and it is the oceans which cover almost 71% of the surface area. It covers 71% of the surface area, and it is the oceans that absorb 90% of atmospheric heat. It absorbs 90% of the atmospheric heat. So this sea surface temperature is broadly determined by the atmospheric temperature also. So that is what you will introduce. Okay, so now the second part you will talk is sea surface temperature and its rise due to global warming. Okay, because due to global warming we are increasing the temperature and the atmosphere. Because we are increasing the temperature in the atmosphere, and we know that 90% of whatever increase in the atmospheric temperature happens, that extra heat is absorbed by the oceans, and that is what is triggering the sea surface temperature rise. So this is your first part of the answer. And here while answering, you should always bring diagrams. So here what diagrams you can see is the horizontal. Okay, here what diagram you can bring is horizontal distribution of temperature in oceans. Horizontal distribution of temperature in oceans. How you can draw is, if this is 0 degree, this is 20 degree, this is 40 degree north and 60 degree north. This is, let us say, 20 degrees south, 40 degrees south and 60 degrees south. If this is the case, then the temperature is as follows. So here you have 27 degrees, 25 degrees, 25 degrees, 23 degrees, 23 degrees and 20 degree. So this is how the sea surface temperature is latitudinally. I hope you understood this. So this is the first part of the question that you are going to talk about. Okay, now the next is, they have asked how does it affect the formation of tropical cyclones. So before you just tell how it affects, you just have to give a small brief about the formation of tropical cyclones. Okay, so let's just I'll just erase this. Okay, the formation of tropical cyclones. First, I'm going to just talk about one aspect. I'm going to talk about the tropical cyclones. Tropical cyclones form only over oceans. The reason is because the engine for tropical cyclone is the latent heat of condensation. Latent heat of condensation, and this latent heat of condensation can come only from moisture. Okay, so that is the first aspect of the formation of tropical cyclones. The second is the sea surface temperature required for the formation of tropical cyclone is greater than 25 degree centigrade. Okay, it requires 25 degree centigrade. And the third aspect of formation of tropical cyclone, the most important thing is the formation of vortices. So this is the third category that will result in the formation of vortices. Vortices are necessary for the formation of tropical cyclone. Okay, you need vortices that are necessary for the formation of tropical cyclone. So what are vortices? They are narrow stream of winds. Narrow stream of winds that are rotating around a low pressure point. that are rotating around the low pressure point. Okay, so it is you have something like this. So if this is the low pressure, so you have narrow stream of winds that are rotating around a low pressure point. So these are what you call as vortices. So this is the first half that I have explained about the formation of tropical cyclone. Now I will link both sea surface temperature rise and tropical cyclone. Okay, now when sea surface temperature rises, okay, that means the the ocean surface is warm. When ocean surface is warm, that means that there is more moisture. When there is more moisture, that means the tropical cyclone will have more power. When there is more power, that means the tropical cyclone will intensify. Look at this. The tropical cyclone will intensify. So as the oceans become more and more warm, the moisture content on the ocean will increase. That is, when I say moisture, it is water vapor. Obviously the oceans will have water. When I say moisture content, it means water vapor. So as I warm up the oceans, the vapor content on top of it will increase, and the vapor content, when it forms, obviously that vapor content is what is the fuel for the cyclone, and it will intensify the cyclone. Okay, when I say intensify, with respect to the scale, with respect to the rotation speed, it will be very, very fast. So that is one aspect of it. The second, because of the oceans warming, the second aspect, because of the oceans warming, there is, as the oceans warm, there is more vortices that gets created. When more vortices gets created, these vortices can evolve to become cyclones. These vortices can evolve to become cyclones. So before there were, if let us say there were 10 vortices, out of the 10 vortices, one used to go and become cyclone. Now we can see that there are 20 vortices. If there are 20 vortices, from this 20 there can be 2 or 3 that can go on to become a cyclone. So one, we are seeing the increase in intensity, another is seeing we are seeing the increase in frequency. Okay, so because of sea surface temperature and tropical cyclone, let me go to the next page. Because of sea surface temperature rise and tropical cyclone, we are seeing two things happening. One is the increase in intensity of the tropical cyclone, which we explained due to the availability of more water vapor or moisture. The second is we are seeing the increase of frequency of cyclone. Okay, and you can talk in two different cases which we see. Cyclone asna. Cyclone asna is a rare condition where the vortices was created on the land and then it moved to the water. Okay, if we take this as the Indian map, so if I tell that, see, look at this vortex went into the Bay of Bengal, became a cyclone, and this cyclone came to Gujarat and made a landfall. This is a very special scenario of cyclone asna, and this is happening mainly because of the increase in sea surface temperature rise, and this happens mainly because of global warming. Okay, so that is one aspect. The second thing that you can also tell is the Arabian Sea. What is happening in the Arabian Sea? So if you take the Arabian Sea in the last 2 decades, the frequency of formation of cyclones has increased by 10x times. Okay, compared to its previous years, 2 decades back to the last 2 decades, the amount of or the frequency of cyclones that are formed in Arabian Sea have increased by 10x times. So if you take the Bay of Bengal and if you take the Arabian Sea, major region where cyclones mainly form is Bay of Bengal. Arabian Sea is not the place where cyclones usually form. But in this case, because of the last 2 decades and because of the global warming, because of the rise in the sea surface temperature, we are seeing 10x increase in the frequency of formation of tropical cyclone in the Arabian Sea. So these are the 2 ways how I would like to conclude my answer. So overall, this is my entire structuring of the answer. As you can see, it all depends on pure concepts. If you know the concept, you can write it very, very easy. So this is how I would like to structure my answer. Here I would like to show all the diagrams. The diagrams that I am drawing in rough are the diagrams that I want to show in the exam, because geography as a subject is spatial distribution of phenomena. If you don't give the diagram, then you are not doing justice to the core objective of that subject. Just like how I told history is the temporal distribution of phenomena and you should give timelines. In the same manner, geography is spatial distribution of phenomena and you should give the spatial distribution in the form of diagrams. Distribution should always come, diagram should always be there. So try as much as possible to give the diagram, just making sure that it shows the distribution of a relevant phenomena that is asked in the question. Okay, so this completes the fourth question. Okay guys, so let us continue with the fifth question. The fifth question is as follows. Why do large cities tend to attract more migrants than smaller towns? Discuss in the light of conditions in developing countries. Okay, so two things that you have to keep in mind here. When they say developing countries, you can, in your visualization, you can keep it as India, but don't keep mentioning India. Okay, so because in the light of developing conditions, developing countries, so context that you write in the answer should be developing countries only, but in the visualization, what is happening in India, that only you can write. So that is the trick. Okay, the next is, do not forget that you are writing a geography answer. Okay, usually what happens, the moment you're seeing migration, you're inclined to write more from economic angles. Okay, so try to reduce that tendencies, because you are writing GS1 paper and the syllabus of GS1 is history, geography, society. Okay, so the dimensions that should come is mainly on these conferments. Especially if the question is from geography, you have to bring more geographical keywords, more geographical language in your answer, which I'm going to show it to you. Okay, so why do large cities tend to attract more migrants than smaller towns? Discuss in the light of conditions in developing countries. So first and foremost, I'm going to define migration. Okay, in geography, as I've told you, definition is the most easiest way to introduce. So in geography, if we say migration is a consequence of population resource balance. Migration is a consequence of population resource balance. So when does migration occur? Migration occurs when there is either resource gradient, or there is opportunity gradient. Resource gradient or opportunity gradient. What does that mean? That means if there are two regions, region A and region B, if region A has resource surplus and if a region has resource deficit, then automatically there will be migration towards the resource surplus region. Okay, in the same manner, if region A has opportunity surplus and region B has opportunity deficit, then the same migration will happen from B to A. Okay, in this way, in a very crisp manner, you can introduce what exactly is migration. Okay, now coming to the aspect, the first aspect of it is, why do large cities tend to attract more migrants compared to smaller towns? Okay, so here when we talk about the first aspect of it, let me change to the next page. So large cities tend to attract more migrants than smaller towns. We will address this. So large cities attracting more than smaller towns. Okay, so in this way, how can I answer geographically? So basically how you can answer is, you can put something called push and pull model of Lee. So there is push and pull model of Lee. If you can apply this push and pull model of Lee into this topic, you are going to make it geographical. So how do I do it? Why are more migrants moving to the large cities? Because it has pull factors. And why are less people going to smaller towns? It is because there is push factors. Okay, now let us analyze the pull factors and push factors. The first is large cities. Why are more migrants going towards large cities? The reason is very, very simple. As I told you, it has opportunities. So that is the most important reason. Okay, the second is the availability of infrastructure. Okay, the availability of infrastructure. The third is connectivity. The fourth is you are allowed more freedom. There is more freedom of creativity. The fifth is there is more diversity in choices. That opens up more flexibility of profession. More diversity of choices, that opens up more flexibility of profession. So more profession means more opportunities. Okay, and the last pull factor is the governments or municipalities. Okay, these governments or municipalities will come up with several incentives. They will come up with several incentives. For example, you have Street Vendor Act. Okay, Street Vendor Act. Now, this Street Vendor Act obviously is legitimate or is implemented across the country, but where is it effectively implemented? That effective implementation can happen only in large cities. Why? Because there the governance is much more better, the delivery of services is much more better. So on those lines, the governments will act more proactively and effectively in larger cities. So migrants will feel more safer, migrants will get more access to benefits there compared to smaller towns. So these are some of the pull factors in larger cities. Okay, now let us look at some of the push factors. Okay, what is happening? One, in most of the developing countries, you should keep mentioning this, in most of the developing countries, the smaller towns basically come in rural urban fringe. They mainly come in rural urban fringe. What do you mean by rural urban fringe? Whenever you find a large city, okay, and there is a buffer area. So this is a large city and then there is a buffer area, and beyond that buffer area you have rural areas. Okay, so there is a large city, buffer area and rural area. Now most of the smaller towns will come in this buffer area. So what happens, it is always the smaller towns. So this, if I mark it as yes, okay, it is always the smaller towns that will have the characteristics of both rural as well as urban. It is neither completely rural, neither completely urban. So this is the chaos created in rural urban fringe, and this rural urban fringe mainly falls in smaller towns. That is the first point. The second point that is important here is the governance issues. Now, as I told you, since it has rural characteristics but there is no panchayat, since it has urban characteristics but there is no municipalities, so this confusion will create governance complexities. So governance complexities means the migrants are not attracted to those places. When there is governance complexities, then migrants protection is also compromised. Okay, the law and order is also compromised. Because there is no clear demarcation of jurisdiction, there will always be the diffusion of responsibility. The diffusion of responsibility may delay the justice given to migrant population, and hence that can affect the migrant protection. So migrants are first of all coming from outside into a region, so they are afraid of their protection if there is any type of lapses. So usually they will not go into the smaller towns. The third one can be poor connectivity. When we say poor connectivity, it can be with respect to digital connectivity or with respect to physical connectivity. There will be poor connectivity. Okay. Now, if there is poor connectivity, now if let us assume that if there is a person who is staying a few distance away from the work in bigger towns, you have metros. So metros will help you to travel at a very cheaper cost to very large distances, but the same metro services may not be available in the smaller towns. So that is another complication in the smaller towns. The fourth one is there is squatter settlements. There is squatter settlements and no slums. Okay, you might see that as an advantage, but it is not. One pull factor for large cities, one more pull factor, the seventh one is slums. The seventh one is slums. Okay, why I am telling you is slums, we may feel that it is unhygienic, that is correct. We may feel that it is very clustered, it has high density of population, that is correct. However, what you should not forget is slums give accessibility for the poor to large metropolitan cities. Slums will provide affordable housing. If there was no slums, then most of the poor cannot migrate into large cities. So slums act as a pull factor. These slums are not there in your tier 2 or tier 3 cities. So when it is not there, you have squatter settlements. Squatter settlements are settlements that are not permanent like slums. Squatter settlements are very temporary, that comes out. Okay, so this squatter settlements will come until one project is there. Once the project is done, that squatter settlement is removed. So slums are not like that. Slums are permanent. So when slums are there, the poor can take the courage to come to the cities because they know that I can go to that slum and stay where the housing is very reasonable or very, very cheap. Okay, and in squatter settlements, since it is not permanent, the migrants will not have the courage to come, and this is why there is no affordable housing. Okay, so overall, this is what I would like to discuss with respect to why the people are migrating from rural area to large cities and not smaller towns. So this is how I would like to tell. Then just as a concluding remark, I would also like to tell that in the concluding remark I would like to tell that there are many companies in the developing countries that are now moving from tier 1 to tier 2 cities, tier 2 and tier 3 cities. The reason is very simple. Why are they moving is because of affordable land, labor and capital. Affordable land, labor and capital. Okay, so this will now actually make the tier 2 and tier 3 cities more attractive. It will make them more attractive, and not only will it make them more attractive, it helps us in making what we call as multi-nuclei model. What is multi-nuclei model? Multi-nuclei model is there is not only one center of development, but there are multiple centers of development. Instead of having just 4 metropolitan cities, assume that there are 20 to 30 metropolitan cities that are spread over in 3 to 4 states. That will create balanced regional development. Okay, so overall, this is what I would like to conclude. What is the current recent trend happening? Though migration is happening mainly to larger cities, but there is now a change in scope of companies that are moving from tier 1 to tier 2 cities. This helps in realizing the goals of multiple nuclei model that in turn will help to bring about the balanced regional development. So I hope you got this answer. So overall, it's a very, very nicely asked question. But what is the tricky part is people tend to write more economic angles here. You should not do it. Try to write more geographical angles because you're writing the paper of geography. So I hope this answer was helpful. The 6th question is, what is the phenomena of cloudbursts? Explain. Again, a very straightforward concept that they were asked, and since you are writing geography here, you can bring the concept and you can talk about the Indian scenario of cloudburst also. There is no limit, so you can bring Indian geography also into this answer, not an issue at all. Okay, so again, straightforward question. These are the questions where you have to hit it outside the park. Now, as I told you, usually the introduction of geography should always start with the definition. So what is a cloudburst? Tell what is a cloudburst. Cloudburst is heavy downpour and a very short duration of time. Heavy downpour in a very short duration of time in a local area. Okay, so this is what is known as cloudburst. And the second paragraph you will tell, according to IMD, Indian Meteorological Department, the cloudburst is an event. Cloudburst is an event when a region will receive a rainfall of 100 mm in 1 hour. That is less than 1 hour. If you receive 100 mm or more, that is greater than 100 mm, greater than or equal to 100 mm or more, then automatically that is termed as a cloudburst event. Okay, the next is, you can talk about the recent events. The recent events was one in Uttarakhand. There was a cloudburst event in 2021. There was also a cloudburst event in 2022. Okay, Uttarakhand cloudburst event happens very, very frequently. Okay, and here the cloudburst event happened because of a rare phenomena where monsoon trough overlapped with western disturbances. This was a very rare phenomena that happened, that is monsoon trough overlapped with western disturbances. So this is one case of cloudburst event. The second case was the Kerala cloudburst in 2024. Okay, the Kerala cloudburst in 2024 that created what we call as mudslides. So this is one aspect that I would like to talk about. Again, as I told you, I would like to show the diagram of India. I will show the diagram of India and I will show those places that are very highly susceptible to cloudburst. What are these regions that are susceptible to cloudburst? One is the Himachal Pradesh and Uttarakhand. Okay, here cloudburst, here the cloudburst is mainly induced. Cloudburst is mainly induced by topography. Cloudburst is mainly induced by topography, where in Himachal Pradesh and Uttarakhand. Okay, the next cloudburst area is the Kerala. Why Kerala? Because it is monsoon induced cloudburst. It is monsoon induced cloudburst. Okay, and the third is the east coast, especially Andhra and Tamil Nadu. Okay, the east coast. Why? Because it is cyclone induced cloudburst. Cyclone induced cloudburst. Okay, so this is something that I would like to draw to show the cloudburst. Now coming to the body of the question. Okay, the body of the question is, as you can see, now I will talk about the phenomena. Now I will talk about the phenomena. The first one, how does cloudburst happen? Okay, the first is, for the cloudburst to happen, you need intense convectional currents. You need intense convectional currents. Only then cloudburst can happen. So when there is intense convectional currents, there is formation of cumulonimbus clouds. There is formation of cumulonimbus clouds. So when there is formation of cumulonimbus clouds, this will be followed by heavy downpour and thunder and lightning. Heavy downpour, thunder and lightning. Okay, and this can result in greater than 100 mm rainfall in 1 hour. Okay, so this entire phenomena is what is termed as cloudburst. Okay, now after explaining this cloudburst, I will tell the consequences of cloudburst. The consequences of cloudburst can be mudslides or landslides. Okay, the second is soil becomes soil liquefaction. The third is it can result in flash floods. So these are the consequences of cloudburst. Okay, and the next is I will just explain in 3 things what is topography induced cloudburst. Topography induced cloudburst. 2 lines. I am not going to explain the entire phenomena here. What is topography induced cloudburst? What is cyclone induced cloudburst? And the third is what is monsoon? What is monsoon induced cloudburst? So overall, these 3 things I am going to explain. So this it's a very open and outright just phenomena based question. But what you should not forget is to draw the diagram. Okay, so basically you have to show if this is the surface. Okay, so these are the intense convectional currents. So the intense convectional currents will create the cumulonimbus clouds, and from the cumulonimbus clouds comes heavy downpour. So just make sure that you show it in different color so that it is purely known. So this is heavy downpour. So this is what is known as a cloudburst event. Okay, so you are drawing 2 diagrams. Geography should always have diagrams because the subject essence is the spatial distribution of phenomena. So I am showing the phenomena of cloudburst across India. Okay, so this is one diagram that I will draw. This should not come in the end. This should actually come in the body of the answer. So please make sure that you do that. Finally, the concluding remark would be that climate change is actually doing 2 things. One, it is increasing the frequency of cloudburst, and also it is increasing the intensity of cloudburst. As you know, when Delhi, Uttarakhand as well as Himachal Pradesh, when all the 3 experienced cloudburst together, the cloudburst event was greater than 400 mm in 1 hour. Look at the amount of intensity that the cloudburst events have increased. The next is frequency. The frequency is increasing because of global warming. If global warming is there, the earth is getting heated up. When the earth gets heated up, then convectional currents becomes more strong. When convectional currents becomes more stronger, obviously the frequency of cloudburst events also increases. So cloudburst is a consequence of monsoons also. Cloudburst is a consequence of cyclones also. Since monsoons and cyclones are affected by climate change, even the cloudbursts are hence affected. Okay, so that is how I would like to conclude this particular question. A very, very direct and easy question. Let us now look at the 7th question. The 7th question is read as follows. What is the concept of demographic winter? Is the world moving towards such a situation? Elaborate. Okay, so obviously demographic winter is a term that you may have not heard, but you can make out by thinking that it is something that is negatively connotated. So it can talk about the reduction in the population growth rate. That level of sense I am hoping that usually the mains candidates will have. Okay, so overall let us first define. As I told you, introduction in geography should be definition. So defining what is demographic winter. Demographic winter is the decline in the population growth rate. It is a decline in the population growth rate due to the fall in the birth rate and the rise in the it is due to the fall in the birth rate as well as fall in the death rate. So the death rate and birth rate both are very low. Okay, if I take BR and DR, both are very low, and since both are very low, that will result in what we call as demographic winter. Okay, so what are the characteristics of demographic winter? What are the characteristics of demographic winter? The characteristics of demographic winter is the fertility rate. The fertility rate is very low. The fertility rate is very low. Usually the replacement rate, that is TFR, what is recommended is 2.0. 2.0 means replacement rate. Okay, that is women in the entire reproductive age will have 2 children. So that is what is TFR. Is 2.0. Now the fertility rate of most of the developed nations, especially if you take Germany, if you take Italy, if you take Japan, these are the 3 countries that are very good examples of demographic winter. If you take the fertility rate is almost 1.5 to 1.6. As you can see, it is fallen below the replacement rate. Okay, so that is the first characteristics of demographic winter. The second characteristics of demographic winter is aging population. Because the death rate is very low, the population number, that is elderly population number, will be very high. That is, for example, if you take Japan, more than 1/3 of the population in Japan are elderly. More than 1/3 of the population are elderly. So this is another characteristics of aging population. Another characteristics of demographic winter. Okay. The third reason or the third characteristics of demographic winter is high dependency ratio. High dependency ratio. The reason there is high dependency ratio is because of elderly is very high and working population is very low. Working population is very low. Again, if I take the example of Japan, the dependency ratio of Japan is 71.1. Okay, so that is 71.1% of the population are dependent on others in Japan. Okay, but the global average, if I take the global average dependency ratio is global average is 40.1. Look at this. The global average dependency ratio is just 40.1, whereas in Japan you are seeing the global average as 71.1. So these are the 3 main characteristics. One is fertility rate, the second is aging population, and the third is high dependency ratio. These are the 3 important characteristics of a demographic winter. Okay. Now the next question is the world moving towards such a situation? Okay, now here, is the world moving towards such a situation? This is a scenario that they are asking about what you call as demographic transition theory. They are asking about demographic transition theory. So what is this demographic transition theory? According to this theory, every nation will pass through 5 stages. It is actually 4, but 5 is an expanded version of the theory. This is how it goes. Look at this. See, every nation will pass through 5 stages. Okay. So this side you will have birth rate and death rate. Okay. So this side you are having stages. So this is the first stage, second, third, fourth and fifth. Okay. Now I will show the birth rate first. Okay. So look at this. This is the first stage. This is the first stage. This is the second stage. This is the third stage. This is the fourth stage, and this is the fifth stage. Now look at this. If this is the, let us say, blue color is the birth rate. Okay. And red color is the death rate. Now, in the first stage, as you can see, the death rate is also high. Okay, the birth rate is also high. When the death rate is also high, the birth rate is also high, the population growth will be very low. Because if there are 10 children, out of the 10 children, 9 children are anyway going to die very fast. That means the natural rate of growth of population is very low. So, any country in its primitive stage, any country in its primitive stage, in a very, very early stage or ancient time, or if you take many West African nations, are in this particular aspect. That is, death rate is also very high, birth rate is also very high. So the natural increase is very, very low. Okay. Then if you take the historical examples, usually in any nation which has high birth rate and high death rate, now because of the coming of medical facilities, because of the coming of international medical programs, the death rate will fall first. The birth rate will always remain high, the death rate will fall first. So if I take blue color as the birth rate is high itself here. Okay, and because of the international community, because of the advancement in technology, advancement in medicines, it is the death rate that is going to fall like this. Okay, now this is how it goes. If I have to transition it, look at this. If I have to, so look at this. So overall, if you are observing, then look at the population growth rate here. So here you have birth rate, here you have death rate. Since the death rate has fallen drastically and the birth rate has still remained high, this will result in what we call as population explosion. This we call as population explosion. Okay, so this is where most of the developing countries are. This is where most of the developing countries are. Okay, then comes the last stage where the birth rate will also fall and the death rate will also fall. Okay, the death rate will also fall. Okay, so this is the fourth stage where, so see, here the birth rate is stayed the same, the death rate has fallen drastically. The fourth stage is birth rate also reduces, death rate also reduces. Okay, now here the birth rate, as you can see, the birth rate is reducing because of women, the status of women. As the status of women increases or improves, the number of children that they will have will reduce. And when they have reduced, the number of children reduces, automatically the natural growth of population also reduces. So currently India is in this stage. Not only India, even China is in the same stage. Okay, most of the countries in the world that are upper developed countries or upper middle income countries, they are in this fourth stage. Okay, they are in the fourth stage. Now most of the developed countries are in the fifth stage, especially as I told you, Japan, Germany and Italy. Okay, Japan, Germany and Italy are in the fifth stage. So what is the fifth stage? The fifth stage is where, see, the death rate has stabilized, but look at the birth rate. So here the birth rate is reducing and the death rate has stabilized. So when the death rate is higher and the birth rate, see, when the death rate is higher than the birth rate, this will result in negative population growth rate. This will result in negative population growth rate. So when this results in negative population growth rate, that will create a declining population, and declining population means demographic winter. Declining population means demographic winter. Okay, so is the world moving towards the situation? You have to tell, using this theory, you have to tell most of the countries in the West Africa and underdeveloped parts of the world are in stage 1, 2 and 3. Most of the middle income countries are there in stage 4 and highly developed countries are in stage 5. This model shows that there will be, whenever a society has high death rate and high birth rate, there will always be a successor of declining death rate, and that will be succeeded by declining birth rate. And the last stage is when the birth rate will reduce than the death rate. This is a natural precursor with the development of society, with the development of the economic development of the nation. So this is what is the theory. Now the theory has several drawbacks, so I'm not telling that you have to take this perspective itself, but I'm going to stick to this perspective and I am going to tell that yes, we are moving towards the demographic winter, according to the theory of demographic transition theory, which holds true because this theory was made on the basis of historical examples of those that has happened in the European countries which are today in the demographic winter. And if you observe the developing countries today as well, the same trend is happening. There was high birth rate, high death rate. Then we moved into, if you take the this part, if you take this part where there is population explosion happening, assume India in 1970s. India in 1970s was in stage 2 and stage 3. Okay, because India in 1970s, did you know the decadal growth rate of population? The decadal growth rate of population in 1970s of India was 25%. That is 25% of the population was growing in just one decade. So that was the population explosion that India actually was subjected to in 1970s, and the main reason for that is the drastic fall in the death rate. The birth rate was high itself, the drastic fall in the death rate. So we have followed stage 2 and stage 3, and today we are moved to stage 4. And if we have followed stage 1 to 4, why is it that we will not follow stage 5? There are very high probability that we will be moving towards stage 5. So I would say that yes, the world is moving towards the situation because the demographic transition theory, which holds the theory on the basis of historical examples, has also shown that we are moving towards that stage, and our experiences as a country, we have moved through the first 4 stages. So there are high chances that we are moving towards the 5th stage, and hence this theory can hold true. Okay, so overall this will be my conclusion. Your conclusion should have your comment. Please don't forget to give your comment because they are asking you the question, is the world moving? You have to either tell yes or you have to tell no. I am going to stick with no because of 2 reasons. One is the theory, demographic transition theory, and the second is the own experience of India. If you see the own experience of India, India is also experiencing the same transition from stage 1 to stage 4. So there are very high chances that we also can move into the stage 5. And once we move into the stage 5, we will know that we are also in demographic winter. One other example that I forgot to tell you is, if you take the Indian scenario in 2050, in 2050, if you take the Indian scenario, so India is said to have around 20% of elderly population. That is the first one. By 2050, India is said to have elderly population. And today, according to NFHS 5, today, India has the total fertility rate very close to 2.1. So already we are there at the replacement rate. So we are already seeing the scenario where we are going to drop to stage 5 in the coming future unless the government and the people can take some proactive measures to make sure that we don't move towards the demographic winter. So overall, this is the 7th question. So I hope I was very clear in this. This is where they have purely asked a theory that is there in your NCERT. Okay, so I hope it was helpful. So this is about the 7th question. The next question, the 8th question, is a very interesting question that they have asked on distinguish between gender equality, gender equity and women empowerment. Why is it important to take gender concerns into account in program design and implementation? Okay, a very nice question. They have asked the 3 terms. Okay, they have asked the 3 terms: gender equality, gender equity and women's empowerment. Okay, so either you can take up the answer writing in 2 ways. The first way is you can divide the sheet into 3 halves and you can write the aspects into it. That is, this is gender equality, gender equity and women empowerment. So, but this is a little difficult, because see, whenever there are variables that are very close, don't do this table approach. Then what happens is, to develop stark contrast in the points, 1, 2 will be easy. After that, to generate third and fourth and fifth point will become difficult. So have one thing in your mind when you're writing: whenever you have variables that are very close, stop using the table approach. Here what I will suggest for you people to do is, first give the heading as gender equality, define what is gender equality, why it is important, and what is there in the present society. You should not forget that we are talking about the society paper here. So here you talk about the definition, the why, and the society. Okay, so this is how you will say. Then you will go to gender equity. So in the gender equity, you will talk about the definition, you will talk about the why, you will talk about the society. Okay, and then women empowerment, you will talk about the definition, the why, and the society. Okay, so this is how you talk about 3 scenarios and then finish it off. Don't use the table approach unless the variables are very close. What do you mean by variables are very close? For example, if they are asking you, give me the difference between, or let us say that they are asking you distinguish between temperate cyclones and tropical cyclones. You can distinguish, because both are very different. You can distinguish between rural economy and urban economy, because both are very different. Okay, now if they are asking you very close concepts, stop using the table approach, because whenever you use the table approach, you can write more number of points. So you should always use table approach in those answers where you can generate more number of points. But if you cannot generate more number of points, then don't use it at all. Okay, whenever the variables are very close, you will not be able to generate too much of points. Okay, so that is where you have to be very careful. But there will be few people who are very good at it, and if you have used it, there is nothing wrong with it. I am just only giving you a skill of where you should not dig your own grave by just putting off the table and then thinking, oh, what shall I write now? Or if you are writing and everything is seeming similar, then I should not do that. Okay, so anyways, so this is one aspect. So let us jump into the answer right away. So as I told you, first is we will now talk about gender equality. Okay, so what exactly is gender equality? It means equal treatment of men and women, in terms of rights, responsibilities, and in terms of opportunities. Okay, so this is what is known as gender equality. Okay, the next is gender equity. Since first they are asking you to just distinguish them, I'm just going to give the distinction. The next is gender equity. So basically, what is gender equity? Gender equity is the acknowledgement of, social and historical inequalities. Acknowledgement of social and historical inequalities between men and women, and seeking to correct these imbalances, by providing different levels of support or treatment, on the basis of the needs. Okay, the third is the women empowerment. So what is women empowerment? This is the process of enhancing women's capacity. To allow them to make more choices, and transform these choices, these choices into actions, and desired outcomes. Look at the closeness of it. Okay, so I'll just read it out once. These are things that you should write, because this can be used in your future answers also. Okay, so gender equality means basically it is equal treatment, okay, between men and women. Gender equality, so equal treatment between men and women. Gender equality is acknowledgement of the injustice and creating a situation to overcome the injustice. That is what is equity. So gender equity is standing on the pillar of fairness. Gender equity is standing on the pillar of fairness. So it should be fair for those gender that experience injustice, and in today's world you need to give them some type of help to overcome that injustice that had happened before. So that is what is gender equity. The women empowerment. Okay, so basically women empowerment is making women an agency, making women become autonomous, or they can be autonomous. The next is independence. So all this is women empowerment. That is, you are allowing them to achieve their potential. That is what is empowerment. So one treatment is equality. Equity is basically fairness. Empowerment is enhancing their potential, or not enhancing their potential, enhancing the ability to realize their potential. Okay, so these are the three things. This is what should come in your answer. Okay, now look at it very carefully. Why is it important to take gender concerns into account in program design and implementation? So because you are so focused, I'll come to this part. Why is it important to take gender concerns into account in program design and implementation? Now, usually what happens, students are so much writing on gender, they're going to forget this very, very important term that they've used, program design and implementation. So here you have to rotate the entire answer in the second half on program design and implementation, and here you have to integrate the gender. Okay, so here you have to integrate the gender concerns. That is the smartness. This is where most of the students will fail. So how do I integrate gender concerns into program design and implementation? Look how I will do it. First, gender concerns in program design and implementation will bring inclusivity. Okay, example is education. Okay, in education, having a special incentive for female students, for example, toilets in schools and colleges, or for example bicycles for traveling or cycling, because girl students, if there is no connectivity, they will drop out. That is a gender concern. Now for that you are giving bicycles. They don't come to school because there is no proper functioning toilets. So that is a gender concern. See, having the gender concern in this program and design will help bring inclusivity. That is one way, that is one. The second is you can talk about historical injustice. Undoing historical injustice. How do you undo historical injustice? For example, providing maternal health care. See, usually maternal health care is the most neglected. Unfortunately, our society will value mother, but mother's health care is the most neglected. So that is the historical injustice. Now having the gender concern will help these lactating mothers or pregnant women or new mothers to have a proper facility where they can take care of their nutritional needs. So that is what is making up for the historical injustice. The next is social hills and norms. What does this mean? This means while designing the program, you will understand what are the social hills, and you will make sure that you can overcome the social hills. For example, sexual harassment at workplace. Sexual harassment at workplace. So this is a gender concern that has to be considered, especially while you are designing the protectional mechanism in a workplace. Yes or no? So this again is how the gender concern can help amplify our program design as well as program implementation. The next is human rights. It can uphold the human rights. For example, there are many traditions or many customs where women's genital parts are mutilated. Women's genital parts are mutilated. So this can be stopped by having gender concerns in our program implementation. Okay, because though India is a secular country, the religion, if you take the religion, the secular practices should not harm any human being. The secular practices inside the religion should not be violative of any human rights. So that is very important, and that is where, if the secular practices of any religion is violative of any human rights, then government can intervene. So that is where the policy design using gender concerns is a very, very important aspect. Okay, the last is addressing gender specific concerns. Addressing gender specific concerns. What are the gender specific concerns? The gender specific concerns can be, for example, it can be feminization of agriculture. Feminization of agriculture. Okay, so if I have to address it, obviously I should have that gender concern in our program design as well as implementation. For example, the women in rural areas are not having access to land, they're not having access to credit, they're not having access to any benefits. So this becomes a problem. And if I can design a policy that will help feminization of agriculture, then that means that there is gender concern. Correct? So this is something that I will write. This is where most of the students will lose out. So please make sure that you should not forget the keywords given in the answer. And here the keyword that will get usually masked on gender is this program design and implementation. Okay. Finally, how will I conclude the answer? I'm sorry, this is I went off to the next question. How will I conclude the answer? I will conclude the answer by talking about, I'll conclude the answer by talking about the, affirmative action, the affirmative action that we have taken up. So in our society as well as in our constitution as well as the government body has taken up something called affirmative action. So affirmative action can help both in equity as well as empowerment. So this is how I would like to conclude. So when I tell equity, it means reserving the positions for women. Example is our panchayats. We have 1/3 of women, seats that are reserved for women. That is equity. Empowerment. Okay, affirmative action can also be empowerment. Empowerment can be skilling women. Empowerment can be Stand Up India, where you are giving credit, availability for women entrepreneurs. So this is empowerment. Okay, so I would like to say affirmative action in Indian society is, seen through equity as well as women empowerment in the lines of, you can see the panchayats, or in the lines of, you can see the Stand Up India programs where women entrepreneurs are, encouraged. On these lines, I will conclude this answer. Overall, you should not forget that this is a question not only on gender, this is a question on gender and governance. Basically, the question is asking you gender and governance. So this is where you have to talk. Alright, so I hope this question was helpful. Let us now look at the 9th question. The 9th question is a very tricky question. You should be very, very careful when you deal with this question. So the 9th question is, as it is read, as you can see, intercaste marriages between castes which have socio-economic parity have increased to some extent. Okay, they have increased to some extent, but this is less true for interreligious marriages. Discuss. Okay, when I say discuss, it gives you a wide scope to discuss in different perspectives what the question is. Okay, but a very, very interesting question. But what I'm afraid of is many students will start showing their prejudices or biases, so be very, very careful. Don't under any circumstances make your language informal. You should always write whatever you want to write in the answer in a very, very formal way. Though the reality can be a little different, can be a little harsh, but doesn't mean that you have to show it in the answer. Be very, very formal, be very, very respectful. That is what shows the maturity and the depth of an individual and his or her personality. So I hope you understand that. Alright. So now if I take this, what will I define? So basically I'll first tell India is a diverse country with respect to religion. So in India, the dominant religion is Hinduism. However, you also have Muslims. We have the second largest population of Muslims. The next is we have Sikhs, we have Jains, we have Christians, okay, and we have many more, okay, Buddhism, etc. Okay, you have Buddhism and other religion. Okay, so basically India is a diverse country with respect to religion. This and this. Next, I will say caste. So caste is divisions that are done within the religious groupings. Divisions that are done within the religious groupings which will signify hierarchy. Divisions that are done in religious groupings which will signify the hierarchy. So that is what is caste. And how is this hierarchy decided? Not on the basis of occupation, but it is done on the basis of birth. It's done on the basis of birth. So if you have religion, sorry, let me just redo it. If you have religion, here you have caste. So every religion will have its own caste divisions. Okay, so the question reads, the intercaste marriages are happening, that too, not all intercaste marriages that have socio-economic parity. Intercaste marriages that have socio-economic parity is taking place somewhat, okay, but the interreligious marriages are happening in a very, interreligious happening is not happening to that extent. Okay, but this is less true with respect to interreligious marriages. So basically, I hope you understood the definition. First, I'm going to tell religious diversity of India, first paragraph. The next, I'll tell what is caste, and I will just link both, how religion and caste are linked. Okay, so this is my definition. The next is, now I will address why the caste, intercaste marriages have increased among socio-economic parity. Okay, so the intercaste marriages have increased among socio-economic parity, among those castes that have socio-economic parity. So for example, I can say that there is in Karnataka, there is marriages that are happening between Brahmins and Vakkaligas. Okay, there are also the marriages that are happening between so-called the dominant caste. The dominant caste is Vakkaliga and Reddys. Dominant caste of Andhra Pradesh, dominant caste of Karnataka. So this is two instances that I will give as an example. Now I will analyze the reasons. Why or what may be the reasons? The first reason is economic advantage. The first reason is economic advantage, because both have economically risen up and both are same in the economic hierarchy. They feel that the economic hierarchy will translate into social status. The economic hierarchy will translate into social status. Hence, only those people or those caste within the religion which have parity will get married, because they feel economic rise will translate into rise in the social status. That is why the first advantage, that is the economic advantage, is the reason for the intercaste marriages amongst socio-economic parity. The second reason is urbanization. So urbanization has brought in Western values, and Western values as somewhat, it has not completely, because somewhat is because even today the marriage is decided by the family. So even if Western values have brought into the urban culture, it is not completely changed. So though intercaste marriages happen, it happens amongst the people or the caste of parity, the socio-economic parity. Okay, the reason is because though Western values have come, still marriage is controlled by the family, or marriage is decided by the family. That is the second reason. The third reason is social approval. The third reason is social approval. Now what is this is, as there is with the development of the nation or with the development of the society, the social approval is the society will also modernize. Okay, and as a means of modernization, or as the forces of modernization, the society has to take up some level of reformative measures, and one reformative measures that we are seeing is the intercaste marriages. One reformative measure is intercaste marriages. Yes, I know that it happens between the socio-economic parity, but at least something is better than nothing. Alright, so the first one is the economic advantage, because economic rise will translate into social status. The second is urbanization with Western values, but within the conformance of the family's approval. The third is the social approval as a means of the the forces of modernization as a means of reformative measures. So this is amongst the intercaste marriages with socio-economic parity. Now what I will tell in intercaste marriages also is, with respect to those caste that is not in parity, with respect to those caste that is not in parity, the intercaste marriages are very low. For example, a Brahmin marrying a Dalit, this scenario becomes very low. This scenario is not approved in the society, or it is not seen as a sign of norm or sign of normal in the society, and this is where the couples are stigmatized. Whichever couples will marry in this way, these couples are stigmatized. Okay, so that is the reason why the intercaste marriages, though the intercaste marriages are on the rise, the intercaste marriages are on the rise only if the socio-economic parity is seen. If there is an hierarchy where a low hierarchy and the high hierarchy, the so-called low hierarchy and the high hierarchy gets married, then this aspect is still stigmatized. Unfortunately, it is still stigmatized. So this is what I would like to talk about, the intercaste marriages. I should be very, very sensitive in the way you talk. You cannot be very harsh, though the reality may be harsh. So be very, very formal in telling it. But you can tell a Dalit and a Brahmin getting married is still stigmatized in the society. It is seen as an exception. It is not accepted in the society. They are stigmatized. This is okay. This you can do. Okay. So we have spoken in depth about intercaste marriages. The next is we will talk about interreligious marriages. We'll speak about interreligious marriages. As the question reads, the interreligious marriages are very less. The reason is, first one, cultural conservatism. The first is cultural conservatism. What they feel is, cultural conservatism is, every religious grouping will feel that they have to conserve their culture. And they feel that by going into interreligious marriages, this culture gets affected. Okay, this culture gets affected. So this is the conservatism mindset, that by having interreligious marriages, our culture gets affected or our culture may get diluted, and this feeling is what is known as cultural conservatism, and this creates fear. This creates fear amongst the people to go for interreligious marriages. The second reason is cultural determinism. Cultural determinism. What is cultural determinism? That is, our lifestyle, our habits, our behavior is all dictated by the culture. Okay, this is cultural determinism. That is, whatever we do is determined by our culture, and whatever culture we have is determined by our religion. Okay, whatever culture we have is determined by our religion. So if there is a person who belongs to religion 1, then they will belong to culture 1, and this culture 1 will have its own lifestyle. This culture 1 will have its own lifestyle. And if there is another person who belongs to religion 2, they will have a different culture, and this different culture will have a different lifestyle. So how the couples are made to believe is, when two couples want to get together who are belonging to different religion, you will have a completely different lifestyle compared to this person. When you have a completely different lifestyle compared to this person, you become incompatible. This is what you are made to believe. This is what you are made to believe. So when you are made to believe like this, the couples will be skeptic, or the couples will have doubt in going further into marriages. There is another reason why there is no interreligious marriages. And the third is the concept of ghettoization. What is ghettoization? Ghettoization is basically homogeneous grouping. Homogeneous grouping in a region. For example, if I take, let us assume that this is a region. If this is the region, now let us assume that this is region A. This region A is dominated by Hindus. If this region A is dominated by Hindus, this region will always have one small part where there is ghettoization of Muslims. Okay, so there is always homogeneous grouping that gets segregated or excluded to one part of the region. This is known as ghettoization. So whenever there is ghettoization, it creates exclusion, and whenever there is exclusion, it stops interaction, and whenever it stops interaction, further marriages or bonding or relationship is something that will not happen. Okay, so these are the three important reasons why in India mainly we don't have much greater rates of interreligious marriages. So overall I would like to conclude. So basically, if I have to write the conclusion of this answer, I would tell that interreligious marriages are low. However, okay, intercaste marriages are also not that high. They are also not that high. Moreover, if we have to defeat any type of stereotyping, if we have to defeat any type of prejudices, and if we have to defeat any type of biases, first what we have to do is we have to remove the so-called casteism or casteism from the minds of the people. Okay, when we remove casteism from the minds of the people, we will remove the stereotype, the biases and the prejudices, which in turn will help the people to bond just because they belong to humanity and not anything otherwise. This will be my conclusion. Conclusion should always touch the values, the human-centric values. That will give you very good marks. So overall, this will be my conclusion. So I hope you liked the discussion of this question. All right, the 10th question. Let us look at the 10th question. This is how it is. In dealing with socio-economic issues of development, what kind of collaboration between government, NGOs and private sector would be most productive? What kind, don't forget this, what kind of collaboration between the government, NGOs and private sector would be most cooperative or productive? Alright, so here I know that everyone will start talking about the advantages of private sector in social welfare, the advantages of NGOs in social welfare, but just change the language to tell in a way what kind of collaboration. You have to just change your English, the way you are going to express your English, that is what you have to change. Apart from that, it is fine. So how will we start the answer? So if I take the introduction, okay, if I talk about the introduction, I would talk about the interdependency and interaction in the society. The interdependency and interaction in the society. So interdependency and interaction in the society will always lead to win-win situation. It will always lead to win-win situation. And one such interdependency and interaction can be, see, on one side you have the government, on the other side you have the citizens. Only if both interact, you will have a vibrant democracy. Only if you have the interaction, you will have the vibrant democracy. In a similar manner, on one side you have the government, on the other side you have the NGO and the private sector. Okay, and only if both reciprocate, you will have happy society or a satisfied society or a society with equity. So if you want a society with equity, then you should have a vibrant government that will have or that will reciprocate properly with the NGOs as well as the private sectors. Because the government, the NGOs and private sectors have their own skills and strengths which they can complement one another to create what you call as society with equity. Okay, so this is how I would like to start my answer. Okay, then as you go into the body of the answer, we can talk, see, in what way can the government, in what way can the NGO, in what way can the private sector, in what way can the government, NGO and private sector collaborate to make the socio-economic issues of development more productive? In what ways the government, the NGO and the private sector should practice what we call as division of labor. They should practice what we call as division of labor. That is, they should have their own specific roles and responsibilities. And these roles and responsibilities must be clearly defined. It should not be ambiguous. It should be clearly defined so that they know exactly what steps to follow, what is the procedure and what is the outcome. So when we know what is the steps to follow, what is the procedure and what is the outcome, then it provides effectiveness in working. Then it provides effectiveness in working. So this is how I would like to start off. Because they have asked what kind of collaboration, this is how I will start. So what is the division of labor? So the division of labor that I was talking about is the government should purely focus on these things. What should the government focus on? Design policy, monitor the programs. So one is it should design the policy. The second is it should monitor the program. The third is it should look at appraisal of the program. Okay. And the fourth, it should look at accountability, holding people accountable. Look at this. This is all the government's in charges. The government's in charge is not running an hospital. The government's in charge is not running an educational institution. The government's in charge is very simple. Policy making, monitoring, appraisal, and holding people accountable. Let us say that this is the division of labor of the government. The next is the division labor of the NGO. Okay. What will NGO do? NGOs are basically the trust builders in the society. They are the trust builders in the society, so that they build the trust. Okay. The second is they are in charge of community mobilization. They are in charge of community mobilization. Okay. Now the third importance is they will help or complement in implementation. They will help in complementing implementation. And the fourth is they are the agents of change. They are the agents of change. That is, they are the first movers. They are the first movers or the prime movers. Okay. So if this is about NGO, the next comes private sector. What can private sector do? The private sector, one will bring creativity in problem solving. Creativity in problem solving. The second is it helps in bringing funds. The third is it helps in bringing expertise, and the fourth it helps in bringing is technology. Look at this. So when you have clear-cut division of labor on who will do what is their roles, what is their responsibilities, what will be the outcome, what are the steps and procedures, then they can discharge their duties effectively and one can complement another. This is what is the kind of collaboration that can help in developing the socio-economic developmental issues. So this is my body of the answer. So apart from this, I will just give a few examples with respect to NGO and private sector. For example, if you take NGO, you have Akshaya Patra Foundation. You have Akshaya Patra Foundation. So this Akshaya Patra Foundation has played a very important role in midday meal scheme. It has complemented the government, so it has played an important role in midday meal scheme. And then you have Gunj. Okay, Gunj is an NGO that plays a very important role in increasing disaster management, especially in rural areas. Disaster management in rural areas. So this also complements the National Disaster Management Authority. See how Gunj and Akshaya Patra are helping enhance the delivery of services. One with respect to increasing the educational enrollment of children by providing meals, midday meals in the form of midday meal scheme. Another is increasing the disaster resilience in rural communities and reducing the vulnerability in those areas and helping the NDMA. So this is two examples of an NGO. This is one and two. One or two examples of private sector you can talk about is, the first is Tata Trust. Okay, the Tata Trust and how they help in the social welfare of the vulnerable sections. Social welfare of the vulnerable sections. For example, the Tata Trust has opened Cancer Institute. It has opened a Cancer Institute in Assam. It has opened a Cancer Institute in Assam. See, they are bringing in technology. They are bringing in funds. This is what is important from private sector. The second example would be ITC. ITC has started something called Mission Suneri Kal. It has come up with something called Mission Suneri Kal. And this Mission Suneri Kal is nothing but making sure the farmers, okay, the farmers in rural areas or the farmers in agricultural activities, they will get proper income, okay, and they will practice sustainable agriculture. Sustainable agriculture. That is, the ITC will provide market The ITC will provide market to the agricultural produce that is produced by the farmers. So in this way, you can see in different areas, NGOs with government, private sector with government, or NGOs, private sector, government, all the three can play a very important role. Okay, so this is how I would like to do my answer. So overall, to come to the conclusion aspect, the conclusion I would like to tell is the role of complementarity. When we have the role of complementarity, okay, over competition, when we have the role of complementarity over competition, this will overall help in the development of the society. When we have only competition will help in the development of few in the society. Okay, whenever we have competition, it will help in the development of few, but whenever we have complementarity, it will help in the overall development of the society. And that complementarity comes when citizens, private sector, NGO, government, all will act together to help one another, to fill in one another's weaknesses and to enhance one another's strength. So this is how the conclusion of my answer would be. So I hope you understood this. So this is how the 10th answer is. Alright, let us now continue with the 11th question. The 11th question reads, though the great Cholas are no more, yet their name is still remembered with great pride because of their highest achievements in the domain of art and architecture. Comment. Okay, now two aspects that I want to talk here. On one level, Cholas is a very known topic. It's a very known topic. Okay, the second is to write a 15 marker becomes a little difficult. Okay, because when we say Cholas, we know that Cholas are famous for their navy. Cholas are famous for rural decentralization. Cholas are famous for their Dravidian architecture, sculpture, Tamil as a literature. Now, on a broader level, we know this much, but to go dig deeper into the specific points inside is a little difficult. In Pallavas, you would have read about Mahendra Varma, Rajasimha Varma, Narasimha Varma and how they evolved the temple architecture. So writing there is a little easy, but here you have heard of Brihadeshwara, you have heard about Dravidian architecture. So to tell specific more points about the Cholas as such becomes a little difficult. That is where I would tell that this becomes a little tricky as a question. However, let us try to manage and write an answer with whatever knowledge that we have. Okay, so here if I talk about the introduction, as I keep telling you, the temporal definition. I told you that geography is the spatial distribution of phenomena, history is the temporal distribution of phenomena. So you should always make sure that you define the historical subject with the temporal event that has happened. So basically Cholas are the dynasty that reached its peak during 9th to 13th century. They reached their peak in 9th to 13th century. Hence, Cholas are the medieval Cholas. You have the ancient Cholas also in the form of Movendar. That is Cholas, Cheras, Pandyas. These are ancient Cholas. But the most famous of the Cholas is the medieval Cholas because they reached their peak in 9th to 13th century. So by doing this, you also provide a map of India. As I keep telling you, always it gives you a scope to show the contemporary of Cholas during the period. So basically you can talk about Cholas, okay, you talk about Pallavas, okay, here you talk about Hoysalas, okay, Chalukyas, okay. So this is how you can show the medieval Cholas, okay, and here there was Rajputs. Here there were Rajputs. You don't have to show the Chauhans, the Gahadawalas and all those things. This is enough, Rajputs. So by showing this, you can also show here the few ports. For example, here you had Puhar. Okay. Here you had Musulipatnam. And here you had Tamralipti. Okay. So see, just in one diagram, I am trying to show the Cholas as well as the contemporary and some important information. Okay, so first I define where Cholas are, as in not where, at what period did the Cholas peak, that is 9th to 13th century. I also say that the medieval Cholas rose to power The medieval Cholas rose to power after the downfall of Roman Empire. Now, because there was downfall of Roman Empire, India's trade was mainly focused in East, especially the Asian nations of Indonesia and China. When Indian trade was now focused on eastern part, that is the Asian countries of Indonesia and China, the east coast of India became more important. And when east coast of India became more important, the people who controlled the east coast, at least the southern part of the east coast, were the Cholas. And because they controlled the coast, they could control the ports, they rose to the power. So this is how I would like to tell. This is the first part of the question. The next is, they have asked why their name is still there, even after such long period. The simple reason is because of their contribution. So coming to the art and architecture, first I'll talk about the architecture. So when I talk about the architecture, I tell about obviously the climax of Dravidian style of temple architecture. Dravidian style of temple architecture. Now here you should be very careful. Don't just give the passing reference and go off. Otherwise you will run out of points. What you should talk about is, you talk about Brihadeshwara temple. You talk about Brihadeshwara temple. And when you are talking about Brihadeshwara temple of Raja Chola, okay, tell all the important characteristics of Brihadeshwara temple. Now you can tell, sir, I don't know the exact characteristics of Brihadeshwara temple. Tell all the characteristics of Dravidian style as part of Brihadeshwara temple. That is all. Okay. So talk about the Vimana. Okay. Talk about the Gopura. Okay. Talk about the, Kalyani. Okay, so let that talk all the important characteristics of Dravidian architecture in a way to connect to Brihadeshwara temple. Okay, obviously it's a Shiva temple, so all these things should come. Okay, so that is the smartness. Otherwise, you will not have much to write. Now, in the same architecture, you can also talk about urban planning as well as water management. Urban planning and water management. That is, they had very intricate drainage systems. They had water reservoirs as well as canal systems. Okay, so this is some things that you can talk. Okay, so this is regarding the architecture. After you have completed the architecture, let's come to art. In art, you can talk about the first is you can talk about the sculpture. The sculpture is very famous. So you can talk about the bronze sculpture. Okay, you can tell that lost wax technique became very famous here, and the most famous bronze sculpture is Nataraja sculpture. Okay, the second, you can talk about the paintings of Mahabharata and Ramayana. The paintings of Mahabharata and Ramayana in temples. That is the second thing. The third thing is Shaivism reached its peak. The Shaivism reached its peak. And the fourth is the Tamil literature. The Tamil literature reached its peak. So these are some of the aspects of art that you can talk with respect to Cholas. As I told you, here is where you will get a little bit difficult for you to express more points, but it is fine. You can just complete the answer like this, and you can give the concluding remark. Okay, the concluding remark is, you can tell the Cholas have left a lasting impression not only with respect to art and architecture. They have not left only the lasting impression with respect to art and architecture. They have also shown the importance of navy. They have also shown the importance of trade and commerce. They have also shown the importance of navy and the importance of trade and commerce. So how navy? Because they always made sure that there is a standing navy, and they also went up to the shores of Indonesia and defeated the kings of Indonesia to make sure that the trade is active with China. When they got to know that Indonesia is not allowing Cholas trade with China, they were able to defeat the rulers of Indonesia. That was the naval power of Cholas. So they are not only leaving or left us a lasting impression of art and architecture, but also played an important role in allowing us to know the importance of navy as well as the trade and commerce with the outside world. So this is how I'd like to conclude this answer. So I hope this was helpful. Let us now look at the 12th question. The 12th question is, this is how it is. How far is it correct to say that the First World War was fought essentially for the preservation of balance of power? Okay. Now again, I would say that this question is easy. Though it is coming from world history, it is a straightforward question. Basically, in a way, they are asking what are the causes of World War I? Okay, this is what they're asking. So you should not tell that this is a world history question and I have not studied. There is no scope to do that. Okay, you cannot outrightly leave any subject and go to the mains exam. Otherwise, that means you're not prepared well or you're not taking mains seriously. Every question, every mark matters. So please make sure that you don't leave any scope. Read world history. Any summary book of any institute will do, but read world history. Because you've seen in the last 5 years, if you take the example, in the last 5 years, the questions are easy. Now, before that, the questions that were coming from world history was one, but that one was very difficult. But now, whenever they ask, they'll not usually ask regularly, but whenever they ask world history question, they'll make it very easy. Okay, so you should make sure that you read world history and go. All right, now let us discuss this question. So how to introduce? Again, give the temporal aspect of it. World War I happened between 1914 to 1918 in Europe. It happened from 1914 to 1918 in Europe as a consequence of shifting alliances and increasing rivalries. I'll discuss what these are, but it happened because of shifting alliances and increasing rivalries. Okay, and you will continue, full stop. And this shifting alliance and increasing rivalries occurred to balance power in Europe. Okay, to balance power in Europe. And once this balance was disturbed, this resulted in what we call as the First World War. Okay, so overall this is the introduction. You can write 2 paragraphs in a 15 marker as the introduction. So first talk about World War I happened in 1914 to 18 in Europe, and second paragraph you say that it happened because of the consequence of shifting alliances and increasing rivalries. This was done to maintain the balance of power, which when disturbed created or resulted in World War I. Okay, so this is your introduction. The second is the analysis, that is how far is it correct. So let us now assess the reasons for the World War I. First reason, as they say, is the preservation of balance of power. So first I will tell preservation of balance of power. So in this aspect, I am going to talk that there were 2 alliances. One is triple alliance and another is triple entente. Okay, so there is triple entente and then there is triple alliance. So triple alliance includes Germany, it includes Austria-Hungary, it also includes Italy. These are the people. Here it includes the UK, France and Russia. Okay, so this alliance was created in order to balance the power, and what happens is these 2 alliances had no flexibility. They had no flexibility. For example, I'll tell you, see, Germany and France were always fighting one another. Because they were fighting one another, other countries had to come to their support just because they were part of the alliance. Though they were indirectly or in any way not related to the conflict. If Germany and France were fighting, for example, there was something called Prussian-Franco. Okay, Prussian War. This Franco-Prussian War that happened in around 1870 resulted in Germany taking over Alsace and Lorraine from France. Okay, so Germany took Alsace and Lorraine from France. Now this Alsace and Lorraine are very, very resource rich regions of France. So because they are resource rich region from France, they took it. Now France does not like Germany, they want to go in war with Germany. Now UK and Russia is forced to side with them because they are part of the Triple Entente. Okay, so this lack of flexibility in the groupings, the groupings were created to preserve the balance of power, but now because there's no flexibility, one country is forced to come in support of the other country which is in conflict, though it has nothing to do with the conflict. So this is the first point. So yes, to a very much extent, this preservation of balance of power itself played an important role in the World War I. However, there were other reasons also. So this is how I'll go. There were other reasons also. Okay, so what are the other reasons? Let us start now. The first is militarization of Europe. There was militarization of Europe. That is, there was rampant building of arms and ammunitions in Europe. For example, there is a plan, there is a plan called Schlieffen Plan. Okay, it is Schlieffen. This is Schlieffen Plan of Germany. This is Schlieffen Plan of Germany, and in this Schlieffen Plan of Germany, this is nothing but rapid mobilization of military. Rapid mobilization of military. Okay, now this shows that everyone were standing on edge. Everyone were trying to build the arms. Everyone were doubting each other's motives, actions as well as thoughts. So this showed that Europe was already in the brink of a war. That is the first one. The second other reason is the naval supremacy. The fight for naval supremacy. Now UK and Germany started to build submarines and ships. They started to build warships, and this race continued. That is another reason. The third reason is colonial supremacy. These European nations started to fight for colonies. They started to fight for colonies in both Africa as well as Asia. As you know, in Africa, they resulted in, dividing the entire country. Okay, dividing the entire country and sharing it amongst themselves. Okay, however, even in this division, they were not happy. Most of the countries were not happy with whatever colonies they got. Okay, that is the next one. So there is colonial supremacy that is going on. The fourth is ethnic nationalism. The fourth is ethnic nationalism. Here, what is very important is the people are having that nationalistic feelings, and from that nationalistic feelings, they want to create a nation. Here, what is important is the Serbia nation. Okay, this Serbia as a region was part of Austria. So the Slavic people wanted Serbia to be an independent nation. They wanted it to come out of Austria. Like this, there were a lot of ethnic nationalists who were suppressed, who wanted independence and autonomy. So that is the fourth reason. Okay. The fifth reason is the immediate cause. That is the assassination of Archduke Franz Ferdinand. Archduke Franz Ferdinand. Who is Franz Ferdinand? He is the heir of Austria-Hungary Empire, who was killed by a Serbia nationalist. As I told you, there was that ethnic nationalism. So he was killed by a Serbian nationalist, and this made Hungary go to war. Okay, and when Hungary went to war, the other nations were forced to go with them. Okay, that was the problem. When Hungary went to war, Germany was forced to go, and Italy was forced to go. Why? Because of the alliances. Okay, so overall, though, yes, there was balance of power that played an important role, preservation of balance of power that played an important role in creating groups and creating less flexibility inside the groups. There were other reasons also that played its role, that is the militarization of Europe, the naval supremacy, colonial supremacy, as well as ethnic nationalism. And finally, everything came to that immediate effect of the assassination of Archduke of Ferdinand, who was an heir to Austrian-Hungarian Empire. Okay, so this entire thing shows that, you cannot tell there is one factor, it was a complex list of factors. Okay, so in the concluding remark, you can tell beautifully what is today happening in Europe. Again, Europe is broken into several parts. Okay, there is Russia-Ukraine conflict. There is Greece that is undergoing economic crisis. There is Italy that is undergoing demographic winter. There is UK that has left the Brexit, that is they are exited the European Union. So overall the Europe is again going into crisis. Okay, however, we have to make sure that this again will not result in the Third World War. This is how you can conclude. So this is how smartly you can link today's issues in Europe to the World War. So this is how I would like to write this answer. So I hope you liked it. Let us now look at the 13th question. The 13th question is as it is. How far was the Industrial Revolution in England responsible for the decline of handicrafts and cottage industries in India? Okay, now don't get all perplexed. Oh my god, they're asking Industrial Revolution. The question is still modern India. Okay, now if I remove this Industrial Revolution and if I tell how far was British East India Company responsible for the decline of handicrafts and cottage industries in India, it is the same answer. Okay, so overall, just the question may seem tricky, but the answer is still the same, whatever the question can be. Okay, in that way, this question is an easy question. So overall, we will start by defining or by starting with Industrial Revolution. Industrial Revolution in England started in the late 18th century. Okay, with the coming of power looms. Or power mills and steam engine. With the coming of power looms and steam engine. So that is first I would like to define. In the second paragraph, I would like to say the Industrial Revolution allowed the following things. The Industrial Revolution allowed 1. Mass production, 2. Cheaper goods, 3. Wide market in the form of colonies, 4. Economic powerhouse, okay, 5. Military strength. See, these were all the consequences of Industrial Revolution that happened in England. Okay, so don't forget this. These are very important. Okay, so after this is the introduction. So 2 paragraphs. One, what is Industrial Revolution in England and what are the consequences? So I'd like to give you this. Now I will put in subheading. I'll talk about how Industrial Revolution led to decline of handicrafts and cottage industry in India. Okay, how Industrial Revolution in England led to the decline of handicrafts and cottage industries in India. Okay, so the first is the Industrial Revolution and British supremacy. Okay, the Industrial Revolution helped British to get technologies and to get funds or finances that helped root out France in Battle of Gangetic. Okay, after it rooted out France from the Battle of Gangetic, the entire colony of India fell into the hands of the British. So this made the British all the more powerful. This is the first point. The second point that I would like to tell is the economic policies of the British. See, once they were able to remove France, once they were able to take control of all the princely states, now they could come up with economic policies. So what were the economic policies they brought? The first economic policies that they brought is there was one-way free trade. There was one-way free trade. That is, the goods, the English goods can come into India tariff-free. Okay, the English goods can come into India tariff-free. Okay, and the second thing that they brought is they put 70 to 80% tariffs on Indian goods going outside. Look at this, 70 to 80% of Indian goods that is going outside. So these are the two important points. Next, so one you saw about industrial revolution and British supremacy. The next is how economic policies of the British was brought. The third reason they created was deindustrialization. Deindustrialization of India. What is deindustrialization of India? That is, they did not allow any indigenous industries. They did not allow any indigenous industries to come up. That is, they allowed only foreign capital and foreign capitalists. They allowed only foreign capitalists. So this also resulted in the loss of livelihood of cottage industries of India or handicrafts of India. The fourth one is the loss of livelihood of traditional craftsmen. Loss of livelihood of traditional craftsmen. Why do I tell that it's loss of livelihood of traditional craftsmen? Because India went on to become the supplier of raw material. India went on to become the supplier of raw material, but it was importer of end product. When it was importer of end product, obviously these artisans did not have any demand, their products did not have any demand, so they also lost their livelihoods. The last is commercialization of agriculture. Okay, now see how commercialization of agriculture is happening is, when you commercialize agriculture, you start cultivating commercial crops. When you start cultivating commercial crops, the food crops reduces, food surplus reduces. When food surplus reduces, how will you supply food to artisans? How will you supply food to craftsmen? So all these people, because there was no food supply or there was high food inflation, they had to migrate back to rural areas. Because they had to migrate back to rural areas, there was loss of industries as well as cottage industries, handicrafts as well as cottage industries in India. So overall, this is how one industrial revolution that happened in England created ripple effects. It increased British supremacy in India. They were able to bring economic policies that were highly favored to the British. They were able to deindustrialize India. They were able, that created loss of livelihoods and commercialization of agriculture. So overall, this created what we call as the decline of handicrafts and cottage industries in India. So on the concluding remark, I would like to tell, in 1700s, India controlled 25% of global textile trade. In 1700, India controlled 25% of global textile trade. By the end of 1800, India was completely dependent on the British for textiles. India was just a supplier of raw material of cotton. India was completely dependent on textiles, British for the textiles. Look at the drain of wealth. Okay, it is not only the drain of wealth, it is also the result of the deindustrialization that happened in India. Okay, so all this happened because of the industrial revolution that provided the power for the British. When I say power, don't think it is only the economic power. See, these three can be the economic aspects, but this economic power translated into their military strength, translated into the naval strength, and translated into the control of colonies. Much aggressive and much exploitative control of the colonies. So all these are the consequences of industrial revolution. So I hope you understood this answer. Okay guys, now let us look at the 14th question. The 14th question is as follows. The groundwater potential of the Gangetic Valley is on a serious decline. How may it affect the food security of India? Okay, again, don't forget that this is not an agricultural paper 3 question. This is a geography question. So try to bring as much as geography rather than economical aspects or more of agricultural aspects. Okay, so here obviously the geography part is the Gangetic Valley, all right, and the thematic is the groundwater potential. All right, so how will I introduce? See how I'm going to bring geography into this question. The first is in the introduction, I'm going to talk about the Gangetic Valley or the Gangetic Plains. So I will tell that the Gangetic Plains is mainly an aggradational plain. It is mainly an aggradational plain and it is made up of alluvial soil. It is made up of the alluvial soil, which is the most fertile soil in India, and this soil is very suitable for, this soil is very much suitable for aquifers. This soil is very much suitable for aquifers, and hence the Gangetic Plains are gifted with, the Gangetic Plains are gifted with very good groundwater. They are gifted with very good groundwater, and that is the reason they don't suffer from droughts. Okay, so this gift is a natural advantage. This gift is a natural advantage. So on this basis, I'm going to write my introduction. Okay, and again, see, I'm going to draw the India map. I will draw the India map. Here you don't have to draw the entire India map because they are talking more about the Gangetic Plains. You can just confine yourself to the Gangetic Plains. So this is the Gangetic Plains. This is the Gangetic Plains. So you divide the Gangetic Plains as, just give me a minute. You divide the Gangetic Plains as the upper Gangetic Plains, the middle Gangetic Plains, and the lower Gangetic Plains. Okay, so how will you classify it? One, the upper Gangetic Plains is also known as Rohilkhand Plains. The upper Gangetic Plains is also known as Rohilkhand Plains. The middle Gangetic Plains is also known as the Awadh Plains, as well as the Mithila Plains. Awadh Plains and Mithila Plains. And the third is the lower Gangetic Plains. The lower Gangetic Plains is also known as the Bengal Plains. Bengal Plains. Now see, usually when they talk about Punjab Plains and Haryana Plains, Punjab Plains and Haryana Plains are Indus. They are trans-Gangetic plains. Here mainly the question is on Gangetic Valley. Okay, so we will confine it to only Gangetic Plains. So we have three important parts here. So the first is the Rohilkhand Plains. The second is the Awadh as well as Mithila Plains. Mithila is in Bihar, Awadh Plains is in UP. And the third is the Bengal Plains. So this is the first introductory part that I'm going to write. Alright, now let us move into the body. Now see, the groundwater potential of Gangetic Valley is on serious decline. So first you have to address, is it true? Okay, so first aspect, as I told you, one, I am going to talk about the natural advantages, where the natural advantages will make the groundwater potential high. Natural advantages will make the groundwater potential high. So there I have already spoken about it, as in the introductory part itself I have told you why natural advantages will make the groundwater potential high. But because you have to also justify this statement that is given in this question, to make it true, we will say that the second part of the question is the human interventions or human interference. So this is the second aspect, human interference. So here I will talk about one in Rohilkhand Plains. In Rohilkhand Plains, what is happening is, it is known as the sugarcane belt, the sugarcane belt of India, especially the sugarcane belt of North India. Okay, so it is a sugarcane belt of North India, but what you should not forget is sugarcane is a water intensive crop. Sugarcane is a water intensive crop. So that is the first reason why there is extra exploitation of groundwater from this Gangetic Valley. Okay, the second reason is the Mithila Plains. Again, in Mithila Plains, okay, in Mithila Plains, they grow mainly rice plus sugarcane. They mainly grow rice plus sugarcane. Now, as you know, this rice plus sugarcane, both these crops are water intensive. Both these crops are water intensive. So this also results in over exploitation of groundwater. The third one is Bengal Plains. So if you know, in Bengal Plains, they grow rice plus jute. Again, see, both these crops, rice and jute, are again water intensive. Now, are you seeing that the entire human interference of the reason for the decline in the groundwater is the cropping pattern? The nature provided you advantages. How did it provide the advantage? One, the topography is a plain. Two, the rainfall, you will get monsoon rainfall. Three, you have alluvial soil that is more facilitating the development of aquifers or groundwater. And these are the natural advantages. On top of that, you have created an agricultural pattern, cropping pattern that are more water intensive. It is sucking away all the water. And it is not yet done. See, and in the entire Gangetic Valley, what is happening is, this Gangetic Valley has the highest population of the country. It has the highest population of the country. That is, because it has a fertile soil, the carrying capacity of Gangetic plains is very high. Yes, it is true. But just because the carrying capacity is very high, there is so much of population that is concentrated in this part of India that it houses the highest population density. Okay, it has very high levels of population inside this particular Gangetic plains. So high population means high consumption of water, high wastage of resources. That is another reason why there is decline of groundwater. And one more aspect. So this is in human interference, we have spoken about the cropping pattern. That is the first one. The next is the population density or the population within the Gangetic Valley. That is two. And the third one is the water intensive industries. There are water intensive industries. The reason why there are water intensive industries in Gangetic plains is, Gangetic plains mainly has the agro-based industries. It mainly has agro-based industries, and it has leather industry, it has footwear industry, okay, and textile industries. Now this leather, footwear, textile, all these are water intensive industries. Now, because they are water intensive industries, they'll obviously absorb more water, or they will take in more water, and this water will come from the groundwater, and hence the groundwater potential is reducing. So this is the reason which I feel is the first half of the question. Okay. Now the second half of the question is, how may it affect the food security of India? Okay. Now let us address this. How may it affect the food security of India? One, the Gangetic plains produces the largest, the Gangetic plains produces the largest volumes of rice plus wheat. Okay, it produces the largest volumes of rice plus wheat. So these are very important food crops that are necessary for the food security. Okay, that is one. The second is, our public distribution system mainly stands on the rice and wheat food crops. So the supply for the public distribution system comes from the Gangetic plains, okay, or comes from the Gangetic Valley. So if the groundwater reduces, the food productivity will reduce. Obviously the PDS gets affected, and if the PDS gets affected, the food security will also get affected. The food security of the entire country will get affected. Now the third one. See, the third one, how it may get affected is, now when the Gangetic plains, when the agricultural productivity drops, not only is the food crops, the PDS is going to get affected, it will also result in food inflation. When it results in food inflation, the basic necessities of food like, onions, or potatoes or tomatoes, the price of these goods are going to go up. So when these goods go up, it is always the poor people that are going to suffer. Okay, and the fourth and the final aspect of how it may affect the food security of India is the farmer distress. Okay, when more and more farmers are going to be in distress, obviously what will these farmers do? They will start looking for other avenues to get income, that is to generate income. So what happens? This will result in distress migration. When this results in distress migration, then the farmers are not there and the farmlands are now lying, vacant. There is non-productivity. There is non-productivity of land. When there is non-productivity or no productivity of land, this will result in a lot of fallow land, a lot of culturable wasteland. Okay, so this culturable wasteland and fallow land obviously at the end of the day will affect the food security of India. Okay, so this is how I would like to discuss the second half of the question. Now, as you can see, I have tried to keep the answer more geographical and not bring more of economic or social or agricultural aspects into it. Agriculture you can bring because agriculture is part of geography, so definitely you can talk about agriculture, but try to keep economic angles as less as possible. Okay, so this is how it may affect the food security of India. So finally, coming to the concluding remark, how will I like to conclude this particular answer is I will tell that the climate change is also making uncertain or creating uncertainty with respect to monsoons, and when it creates uncertainty with respect to monsoons, this will affect the groundwater recharge, and because the groundwater recharge is getting affected, that will again put more pressure on the aquifers. Okay, this also is a one way of answering. So climate change is also affecting the river regimes. That is another way of answering. Climate change is also affecting the river regimes. Because it is affecting the river regimes, especially the Gangetic river, regimes, that in turn can also affect the groundwater recharge. This can exacerbate the problem. Okay, that is another way of concluding. Or let us say that you want to put the conclusion in a more positive light, then what you can do is you can say that in the Gangetic plains, now there has to be care taken for rainwater harvesting. You have to look into rainwater harvesting, or you have to look into groundwater recharge. Rainwater harvesting as well as groundwater recharge. So this has to be the focus even in Gangetic Valley. The reason why we tell you this is up till now, the peninsular plateau is where there was droughts in India. So the peninsular plateau was undertaking this groundwater recharge and rainwater harvesting at a much larger scale. Why? Because peninsular plateau will not have aquifers. Aquifer is a rock system that will store water. So this peninsular plateau will not have aquifers, whereas Gangetic plains will have very good aquifers. The reason is because the Gangetic plains will allow the water to percolate. So when there is rainfall that falls, the water will easily go inside and percolate and recharge the aquifer, and hence the Gangetic plains had best aquifers. They never faced problem of water shortage at all. So now, because this is a recent phenomena, because there is a decline in the groundwater potential, this gives them the scope to now start thinking about rainwater harvesting as well as groundwater recharge. So this is how I would like to end this answer. So I hope you understood how to write geographical answers, how to bring the geographical language in your GS1 answers. That is the main aspect of me doing this so much in detail. Alright, let us now look at the 15th question. Very interesting geography question this is. 15th question is read as, what are aurora australis and what is aurora borealis? How are these triggered? So basically they're asking you to explain the mechanism. The reason why they're asking this question was there was glowing of the sky over Ladakh, which also is a phenomenon of auroras, and on that basis they may have asked this question. Okay, however, it is fine. See, there are two aspects. One, people usually when they read the phenomena, it is very rare that they go into understanding the mechanism of that phenomena. Okay, what I am trying to tell is, when you come to geography as a subject, let us say that you are reading some geography as a subject, then it is always important that you make sure that you go and see the phenomena, the mechanism of how it works. For example, this time in 2024 itself, in GS3, they have asked about asteroids. So they have asked about a phenomena. So whenever you read a phenomena, asteroid is also part of geography itself. That has come in paper 3 as a part of science and technology. But what I'm trying to tell is, when you have a subject called geography, and in geography when you come across a phenomena, for example, let us say you heard somewhere that there is something called twisters. Go to the internet and please first check out the mechanism of that phenomena. There will be a lot of YouTube videos that they will do to explain a phenomena in a very simplified manner. So it becomes important that whenever this is true in geography, see, in history you don't have to do this. In society you don't have to do this. You don't have to know the mechanism of formation. This happens mainly in science oriented subjects like geography, environment, as well as science and technology. So these are the three aspects. Whenever you come across, let us say there is a new concept that is there, so please make sure that you look at the mechanism of formation, not because that they are going to ask you in the exam, but solely because you want to learn about it. You have that inquisitive mindset. Please make sure that you develop that attitude. If you develop that, such questions can be easily answered. Okay, so that is one important advice that I wanted to give you. However, let us dwell into what this answer can be. Okay, so mainly the reason why I told you all this is most of the students can answer the first part very nicely. Most of the students will answer what is aurora australis and what is aurora borealis. Everyone will answer properly. But when it comes to how are these triggered, this is where people will struggle. Okay, because they wouldn't have gone into learning the mechanism of occurrence of auroras. Anyways, let us look into how we can proceed with this. So as I always start, we will start with the introduction. So first I will start with the auroras. So okay, aurora are the lights or glow that are observed, lights or glow that are observed in the sky, especially at higher latitudes. So this is how I'll start. Auroras are lights or glow that we observe in the sky in higher latitudes. So here you have two types, australis. This is mainly in northern hemisphere. Okay, and then you have, australis, you have it in southern hemisphere, and then you have borealis, you have it in northern hemisphere. Okay, so these are the two aspects. So the glowing of the light in the sky that happens at higher latitudes in northern hemisphere is known as aurora borealis. In the southern hemisphere it is known as aurora australis. Okay, so these are known as southern lights and these are known as northern lights. Okay, so that is one. The next aspect is these lights mainly are because of, you see different lights. You see different lights in the sky because of the excitation, of gases in the sky. There is excitation of gases in the sky. This excitation of gases in the sky is what produces this light. For example, the oxygen at higher latitude, the oxygen at higher altitude, obviously this entire phenomena will happen in higher latitude itself, but within that latitude, let us say in the Arctic circle, it happens in Arctic. So in the Arctic, at the higher altitude, that is height, at the higher altitude, the same gas will produce greenish light. It will produce greenish light. But oxygen at lower altitude will produce bluish light. It will produce bluish light. Okay, so this is what. Next, if there is nitrogen will produce purple lights. So basically what we are telling is auroras are nothing but glow that we observe in the sky at higher latitudes. Okay, there are two types, aurora australis in the southern hemisphere, aurora borealis in the northern hemisphere. Now this glowing in the night sky happens due to the excitation of gases. If oxygen excites, then you see some specific type of colors. If nitrogen gets excited, then you see specific type of colors. Why we are only talking about nitrogen and oxygen is, nitrogen and oxygen together make up 78 plus 21% of the atmosphere. So that is almost 99%. Hence, this excitation of these gases is why you produce light at the higher latitudes, especially at the Arctic circle and Antarctic circle. So beyond this Arctic line and Antarctic line, you see this night glowing of the sky, and this is what is known as australis and borealis of auroras. So I hope you got to know the first part of the question. So this is what you have to explain. The second part is where you have to know how these are triggered. Okay, to know how these are triggered, the first is you have to talk about the Earth's magnetic field. Okay, you have to talk about the Earth's magnetic field. Okay, the next is you have to know what is solar storm. You have to know what is solar wind. Okay, or coronal mass ejections. Okay, the third is you have to know about the Van Allen belt, or you have to know the trapped charged particles. Okay, the fourth one you have to know is funneling effect. Okay, the fourth is you should know funneling effect. Okay, the fifth is excitation of gases. Excitation of gases at the poles. Okay, so these are the 5 steps that triggers what we call as auroras, or the aurora australis or the aurora borealis. So now let us decipher. Once you got to know the 5 steps, let us see how exactly the auroras happen. The first is the Earth's magnetic field. As you know, if I take the Earth, let me just redo this. If I take the Earth, and as you know, the outer core acts as a bar magnet. So since the outer core acts as a bar magnet, okay, you have magnetic lines of forces that is encircling the Earth. So this is the magnetic lines of forces that is encircling the Earth. So this is what you call as the magnetosphere. This is what you call as the magnetosphere. Now you have the insolation, that is the incoming solar radiation. So these are the incoming solar radiation. So these incoming solar radiation that comes, they will carry high energy particles. They will carry high energy particles. Especially they will have gamma ray and X-ray. So what is the job of the magnetosphere? The main job of the magnetosphere is to trap this gamma ray and X-ray. So what the magnetosphere does is, it creates this with inside the magnetosphere, there is a belt like this. Let me just redo it. There is a belt inside the magnetosphere. There is a belt here. Look at this. This is the belt inside the magnetosphere. You have a belt, and this belt is trapped charged particles. So all these high energy particles that goes to the Earth, the X-ray and the gamma ray gets filtered by the magnetosphere. If there was no magnetosphere, then the X-rays and the gamma rays could have easily pulled the atmosphere of the Earth and broken it down. But because magnetosphere is there, it is protecting the Earth's atmosphere by trapping all these high energy particles that are coming from the sun. So when these high energy particles get trapped, the trapped high energy particle, the belt where the trapped high energy particles are there, that belt is what you call as Van Allen belt. Okay, now this trapped energy particles are coming from incoming solar radiation. The amount of high energy particle will increase as you see activities like solar flares, or you see activities like solar storms, or you see activities like coronal mass ejections. All these are activities that happen in the sun. So whenever the sun will have solar flares, solar storms or coronal mass ejections, you will have much high energy particles that are coming towards the Earth. So when they come, they again are blocked by the magnetosphere, and within the magnetosphere all these charged particles starts getting trapped. Okay, now look carefully. If you look at the Earth's surface here is in red color. The Earth's surface here, as you can see, is the red color that I have marked here. Now if you can see the Earth's surface, where do you think the charged particles that are trapped are interacting with the Earth more closely? Look at the diagram that I have drawn. I know that it is not very neat. Pardon for my bad handwriting. I'm really sorry about that. That is my natural weakness. I have tried to capitalize it on it. I mean, I've tried to work on that, but it is not, I've worked a lot harder to come to this level. So I'm sorry about it. I would like you people to just adjust about it. But if you look at the diagram, tell me at which position the trapped charged particles, the Van Allen belt, is closely interacting with the Earth's atmosphere. So assume that this is the Earth's atmosphere. So I'm going to draw it in green color. See? This is the Earth's atmosphere. So obviously I told you the Earth's atmosphere is protected by the magnetosphere. So if you look at the Earth's atmosphere, where do you think the charged particles are interacting more closely? Where do you think the charged particles are interacting more closely with the Earth's atmosphere or with the Earth's surface? The Earth's surface is in red color, the Earth's atmosphere is in green color, and the Van Allen belt, the trapped charged particle, is in black color, and the magnetosphere is in blue color. Okay. Now, if you observe carefully, the trapped charged particles are interacting more closely with the Earth's surface near the poles. Can you see that? See, look at this. So, here, the trapped charged particles are interacting. Look at this. Here, the trapped charged particles are interacting more closely with the Earth's atmosphere. And here, at the Antarctic line, the trapped charged particles are interacting more closely with the Earth's atmosphere. So because these trapped charged particles interacts with the Earth's atmosphere more closely at the poles, it is here you find the aurora borealis, and here you find the aurora australis. Okay, so basically what is happening, it is the high energy particles. So to just summarize, I'll write it here itself. The high energy particles that are trapped within the magnetosphere, when they interact with the Earth's atmosphere, the Earth's atmosphere is mainly made up of which gases? Oxygen and nitrogen. The oxygen and nitrogen will get excited, and when the oxygen and nitrogen will get excited, and when they start getting excited, you are going to get what we call as the auroras. Okay, so this is how you can finish the answer. So I hope you understood how this entire aspect or phenomena happens or occurs on the Earth. Okay, so concluding remark, I can conclude by telling that the recent glowing of the night sky was also observed in Ladakh in a place called Analyse. Okay, Analyse is observatory. It is a very good observatory. So in Analyse and Merak, these are the two places in Ladakh where the night sky, glowing of the night sky was observed even in Ladakh. So you can conclude by bringing a context into this. So this is how I'd like to write this answer about aurora borealis and aurora australis. I hope you enjoyed this. Let us now look at the 16th question. Very interesting but a very difficult question. See, this is difficult. The reason why I tell difficult is this phenomena is not observed in India. It is not observed in India. The second reason why I tell it is difficult is because you don't find this explanation in conventional sources. If you see any conventional sources, you are not going to find this particular concept or a phenomena. So obviously you'll always read about cyclones, you'll always read about auroras, but you will not find twisters. Twisters is something that is not confined or is not something that is observed in India, so you'll not find it in most of the sources. However, it is an interesting question. Let us try to understand this particular phenomena because it is interesting, because you will enjoy it, you will learn this, you will gain more knowledge, and that can help you in your future. Okay, so what is a twister? Why are majority of twisters observed in areas around Gulf of Mexico? Okay, it is fine if people have left this question. You should know one thing, that this difficult question will not decide your success in mains at all, because I can assure you that 90% of the students writing mains wouldn't have written a good answer for this. Only those people who have studied for optionals would have studied this, and hence they might write, but that will not create or that will not destroy anyone's success in this exam. Know that. Difficult questions are not where differential is created. The easy and moderate questions are where the differential is created. How you perform in the easy and moderate questions decides your success. This difficult question will not create differential, because even a person who has written a very good answer may get 3 out of 10 or may get 5 out of 15. If you have written in just given an attempt of basics, you will get 1 out of 10 or you will get 2 out of 15. So if you look at this, 3 minus 1 is just 2 marks difference, or 5 minus 2 is just 3 marks difference. So the difference between a person who writes an average answer and a person who writes a best answer in difficult question is very less. Okay, so but if you take the average of easy questions and moderate questions, which are dominantly there in mains, that is where you have to write above average content. That is where when you write, let us say out of 20 questions, if you can see in this paper, out of 20 questions, 18 questions are either easy or moderate. Now, if you can score above average marks, in these 18 questions, you will win this game. But what usually people will worry about is those 2 out of 20 questions that were difficult and how they did not perform properly. Now this negative thing is what will keep running in their mind, and most of the students who are going to write mains the next time, they are also entirely worried about these 2 questions only. They will overlook these 18 questions that are coming from your conventional sources. They will overlook these 18 questions that are actually easy and they can be written very nicely, but they will overlook this. They don't want to see this. They will only see the 2 questions that were extreme, that were exceptional, and that were difficult. And unfortunately, our industry, the coaching industry, will also highlight these 2 questions. Either they will highlight that these 2 questions were done only in their classes, or they will highlight that these 2 questions are the reason why you should join their coaching classes. This is including me also, and that is how the business works. Unfortunately it is, but I am telling you the ugly truth. The truth is, if you are a person who are sincere, look at the previous year questions and see the entire 18 questions that were easy also, along with the 2 questions that will be difficult. Never do that mistake of only seeing difficult questions. The human mentality is like that. When you go to the exam and you have written 20 questions, and let us say 2 questions were very difficult, when you come out of the exam, the entire mind is running on the 2 questions because you are not able to get the answer. You will forget the other 18 questions because 18 questions were easy. Easy means your mind thinks that easy, so it is no use. When it is difficult, there is a lot of importance attached to it. This is the unfortunate repercussion or the consequence that most of the students will suffer because they are only remembering that difficult question. This is one such question. The reason why I am telling you all this is, you are going to appear in the next year. The most of the students will start, will start worrying about this one question. Where if this is coming like this, what about the future questions? What should I read? Let me read few more sources. Let me read more sources. These are the mistakes committed by most of the students. What you should know is, today they asked Twister, tomorrow they can ask something extreme that you might have not heard. So don't follow such questions, or don't try to achieve success or achieve your expertise in such questions at all. Learn. Whenever you come across a new phenomena, learn them. Okay, but always make sure that the 18 questions that usually comes from conventional sources, you should not miss them. Always practice to write above average answers to those 18 questions. So this should always be the strategy, and I hope you understood this. Now let us go and understand what is this twister. The first part of the question says, what is twister? So you will understand what exactly is twister and how do they form. Okay, it is a little complicated phenomena, so please listen to this very carefully if you are interested to know the working of the twister. Okay, so twister is also known as a tornado. Twister is also known as a tornado. What is a tornado? A tornado is a violent rotating column of air that exceeds from a thunderstorm, to the ground. So this is the definition of tornado. Again, I'll repeat. It is a violent rotating column of air that exceeds from the thunderstorm to the ground. Okay, so I am using one more aspect called thunderstorm here. So don't forget, we will come back to that and explain what it is. But this is the definition of a tornado. Okay, so how is tornado forms? So first you understood what is exactly a tornado, and you should understand that how the mechanism of formation of tornado. That is the next important aspect. So let us move into the mechanism of formation of tornado. So the mechanism is like this. The mechanism is very simple. See, assume that this is the surface. Okay, and on this part of the surface, there is intense convectional currents that are there. These intense convectional currents will create what you call as cumulonimbus clouds. So there is cumulonimbus clouds, and cumulonimbus clouds will create what you call as the thunderstorms. This is what will create thunderstorms. Okay, so there is a thunderstorm that is happening. All right, now if I take this part of the surface, at this surface, let us assume there is very high wind shear. Now what do you mean by wind shear? Wind shear means as I go higher in the altitude, the wind direction keeps changing. Okay, see, as I go higher in the altitude, the wind direction is changing. So the wind is moving like this, Let us say 1 kilometer from the surface, 2 kilometers from the surface, the wind goes in the opposite direction. 3 kilometers from the surface, the wind is going in the opposite direction. So what am I assuming? That at this surface, the wind shear is I. So near the surface A, you are observing thunderstorms. Near the surface B, the wind shear is I. So when the wind shear is I, let us say that the wind is moving like this. Okay, so the wind moves in opposite directions. There we say that the wind shear is I. When this happens, look at the winds. The wind will start rotating horizontally. See, this is a consequence of high wind shear. See, when I do like this, in between the winds can rotate. So that rotating of wind because of wind shear is what is this known as the horizontal. This is known as the horizontal tube of air. This is what is the horizontal tube of air. Okay. Now this horizontal tube of air, when it goes and connects with the cumulonimbus clouds. Now see, these cumulonimbus clouds will have thunderstorms, and here there is circulation that are happening like this. The circulation is happening here like this, and you can see that the air currents are going up. The convectional currents or air currents are going up. So when this horizontal tube of air meets the air currents or convectional currents, when the horizontal tube of air meets the air currents or the convectional currents, they meet the air current or the convectional currents, see what happens. Look at this. One second, let me show you this diagram. So let us say that this is the cumulonimbus cloud, and this is where the horizontal, now the horizontal column of air will go here. The moment the horizontal column of air goes near the thunderstorm, because they are having convectional currents like this, this convectional currents will pull the horizontal column of air and make them vertical column. See, it will pull the horizontal column of air and make them vertical column. See, the same horizontal column that was here is now going on to become vertical column. And the moment the horizontal column is become a vertical column, you call it a supercell. So this is known as a supercell. It is a supercell. So I hope you understood what happened. This horizontal movement of air went near the thunderstorm. The moment it went near the thunderstorm, it was transformed vertical, or it was turned to become vertical. What made it turn become vertical? That is the air currents or the convectional currents. So I'll just redo this diagram in the next page so that it becomes more clearer for you. So if you take this as the cumulonimbus clouds, okay, now this is the vertical the vertical tube of air. This is the vertical tube of air. Now this vertical tube of air that is connected to the thunderstorms. So this is the thunderstorm. This is the vertical tube of air, and the vertical tube of air is spreading from the thunderstorm. It is going from the thunderstorm towards the ground. From the thunderstorm towards the ground. And as it goes near the ground, this entire aspect is what you call as twister. This entire thing is what you call as twister, or this is what is known as tornado. Okay, so tornado is a very violent rotating column of air, and this violent rotating column of air is mainly moving from the thunderstorm downwards. And you understood why. From the thunderstorm downwards they are moving, because the horizontal tube of air will go on and get attached to the thunderstorm. Okay, so this horizontal tube of air was created because of wind shear, and as this horizontal tube of air comes near the thunderstorms, the convectional currents will make that horizontal stand up like this and get connected to the thunderstorm. So from there, the violent rotating winds will start moving down from the thunderstorm to the surface. This is what you call as the twister. So I hope you understood what exactly is a twister. Okay, now why majority of the twisters are observed in areas around Gulf of Mexico? Again, it's a very easy part for those people who know geography very well. Now if you take this aspect, okay, so this is what is the Gulf of Mexico, and most of the tornado happens in this Gulf of Mexico. Why? The first reason is the presence of warm and moist air. The presence of warm and moist air will always give rise to thunderstorms. Okay, that is first one. The second is the presence of warm ocean current. The presence of warm ocean current, example is Florida current. Okay, that again provides scope to create such thunderstorms. Okay, there is thunderstorms. The third is the differential heating of land and water. There is differential heating of land and water. Whenever there is differential heating of land and water, it creates what we call as wind shear. And as I told you, wind shear is the one that will help in the development of horizontal tube of air. It will help in the development of horizontal tube of air. Okay, so these are the three reasons why the Gulf of Mexico is famously known as Tornado Alley. These are known as Tornado Alley. The reason why it is known as Tornado Alley is because it is the place where most of the tornadoes happen. And the last one more aspect I forgot is the flat topography. Okay, the flat topography. So the flat topography will allow the convectional currents to easily build. And the flat topography is where if the wind shear is very high, then that horizontal column of air also develops very easily. So these are the four reasons why twisters develop along the Gulf of Mexico. Okay, as I told you, it is a complex topic. Very less people would have written about this, but I hope you enjoyed the topic. You understood what this topic is all about. Basically, there is a thunderstorm. There is horizontal movement of air. This thunderstorm and horizontal movement of air, when they connect, the convectional currents will, make the horizontal tube of air vertical and get connected to the thunderstorms, and that results in the formation of tornado. So you can say this again. The concluding remark always in geography can be climate change. Connect climate change. Okay, so you can connect climate change and tell that the frequency and intensity of these tornado activities, especially in the Gulf of Mexico, is increasing because of not only the the amount of heat in the atmosphere, but also the amount of moisture in the atmosphere. Okay, on these lines you can write this conclusion and you can stop this answer. So I hope you enjoyed this. Let us now look at the 17th question. The 17th question is as follows: what is regional disparity and how does it differ from diversity? How serious is the issue of regional disparity in India? Okay, now at the outset it seems like it is a question of society, but you should know that this is actually the question of geography. Okay, so usually there is 8 questions that come from geography. So 14, 15, 16, 17 are the questions that usually come from geography, and this is a geographical question. The reason why I am telling you this is you have to draw diagrams and you have to show the spatial distribution. The spatial distribution of both disparity as well as diversity. Only if you show the spatial distribution of disparity and diversity, you will get good marks here. Now just writing essay type answer here, you will not get more marks. So let me show you how to bring geography into this answer. Okay, first obviously the definition of what is disparity. Disparity is basically development gaps in the socio-economic environment. Development gaps in the socio-economic environment of a region, a state, or a nation. I hope you understood this. Disparity is the development gaps that are there in the socio-economic environment of a region, state, or a nation. So when they say disparity, it can be both social issue, it can be an economic issue. So don't think it is only purely economical. So that is what is disparity. So after defining disparity, let me move towards the diversity. I'll define what is diversity. Okay, so when I define diversity, I'll say diversity are differences that are there in culture, in ethnicity, in religion, in languages, in the tradition, okay, etc. So basically India is a highly diverse nation. It is an highly diverse nation, and this diversity is the strength of unity. The diversity is the strength of unity. So this is how I'll define what is disparity and what is diversity. Now if you observe, they have asked what is disparity as a separate question. So there is some amount of marks that is actually allotted to what is disparity. So you have to elaborate more here. Especially they're asking about regional disparity. Especially they're asking about regional disparity. So here what I would like to take the examples as, I will give the illustrations of one regional disparity one. Regional disparity one, I would show the state of West Bengal. This is the state of West Bengal. If you take the state of West Bengal, you have the Bengal plains, whereas here you have Darjeeling Himalayas. Okay. So at the Bengal plains and Darjeeling Himalayas, you are going to see the regional disparity. What is the regional disparity? It can be developmental gaps with respect to socio and economic aspects. So here you are going to see the tribes called Gorkhas. You are going to see the tribe called Gorkhas. Now these tribes called Gorkhas are very low in their human development indicators. They have very low income. They are very low health indicators. They also have very low literacy. So this shows that there is regional disparity. This is one example. Let us move to the second example. I'm going to talk two more. Okay, regional disparity 2. So if I take the state of Maharashtra, then you have the southwest Maharashtra, and you have Vidarbha and Marathwada. You have Vidarbha and Marathwada. So you have southwest Maharashtra that is highly developed. It is developed with respect to industries, it is developed with respect to education, it is developed with respect to healthcare. And you have Vidarbha and Marathwada, which is suffering from droughts. It is suffering from farmer suicides. Okay, it is also suffering from the effects of climate change. See, the next I'll take one more example of regional disparity, and I'm going to show the entire country. So if I show the entire country, I will talk about the aspect of South India compared to North India. So if you take the South India compared to North India, there is regional disparity. The regional disparity is with respect to human capital formation. Okay, the regional disparity is with respect to health indicators. For example, if you take the fertility rate of South Indian states, the South Indian states have better fertility rate compared to the North Indian states. Okay, so in that manner, I can talk about this as regional disparity. Okay, so I have given 3 different scenarios of regional disparity. Now I will go into how does it differ from diversity. Okay, how does it differ from diversity? You can give the example as diversity over disparity. Okay, so 1, diversity shows that we have unity. Diversity shows that we have tolerance. Diversity shows that we have specialization. Okay, diversity shows that there can be multiple or multi-nuclei development model. Okay, development model. And diversity shows that there is complementarity. There is complementarity over competition. See how I showed how is it differing from diversity. So you have to talk with 2 variables. So how is it differing from diversity? And also I would like to draw another India map. And here I would like to show the linguistic diversity. For example, you have Kannada, you have Tamil, you have Malayalam, you have Telugu, you have Marathi, see, you have Gujarati. Okay, that is with respect to language. Then I would also like to show with respect to religion. You have in Ladakh you have Buddhists. Okay, in Jammu you have Islam. Okay, in Kashmir you have Islam. In Jammu you have Hindu. Okay, in for example, let us say in northeast, especially the Manipur, Nagaland, you have Christianity. See, look at the diversity with respect to religion, diversity with respect to language. So this is the title for diversity. Look at this. Look how many diagrams you are drawing to show the spatial distribution of phenomena. That is how the geographical answers should be written. So I hope you got this. Okay, so this is about the diversity and disparity. The last part is how serious is the issue of regional disparity in India. Okay, so this is where you have to talk about some challenges of regional disparity. So we spoke about the benefits of diversity. Now we have to talk about the challenges of disparity. So the first challenge is the resource curse. That is, regions that have high resources. Regions that have high resources will have the lowest development. Regions that have the highest resources will have the lowest development. The reason is very simple. These regions that have high resources will be the regions that have very high corruption. They'll have very high corruption. So because they'll have very high corruption, the development will also be very low. The best example is the Odisha, Jharkhand and Chhattisgarh. Okay, Odisha, Jharkhand and Chhattisgarh. All the three have the highest resources in India, but they are the lowest developed states in India. Look at the dichotomy. This is what you call as resource curse. And the issue of regional disparity is because of the resource curse. Okay. The second is the distressed migration. The second is distressed migration. Now, because there is regional disparity, there is lack of opportunity, and because there is lack of opportunity, it makes the male-dominated migration in India. Male-dominated migration in India. So, what is happening? Because the migration in India is distressed and mainly male are the ones who are migrating, this is creating rural depopulation. It is creating rural depopulation, and this is creating unsustainable urbanization. Unsustainable urbanization. So both are happening because of the development of slums. Unsustainable urbanization. Okay. The third aspect that we are seeing is the regional disparity is creating more regional disparity. Regional disparity is creating more regional disparity. What does it mean? It means that regional disparity is a vicious cycle that helps exaggerating or exacerbating itself. See, for example, let us say that if I take this as Karnataka, okay, now I know that South Karnataka is highly developed. So what happens? Many people will start migrating to South Karnataka. Many opportunities are there in South Karnataka only. Most of the investments go to South Karnataka. Most of the migration happens in South Karnataka. So as investment, migration, training, skilling, all this happens in South Karnataka, it is South Karnataka that will keep developing compared to North Karnataka. So when South Karnataka keeps developing compared to North Karnataka, what started as the disparity is going to still exaggerate or exacerbate. So once a regional disparity is there, that is going to continue unless the government intervenes to stop this, accentuating or increasing levels of disparity. So that is the third point I would like to bring. Okay. And the last point is, as I told you, it affects the diversity also. It affects the diversity. Why it affects the diversity is, see, for example, in Bengal, there is tribes called Gorkhas. There is also people from Bengal plains. So they would have lived peacefully in harmony with one another. But as the regional disparity keeps increasing amongst these two groups, now the tribes or the Gorkhas who feel that they have not got the benefits of development will start getting animosity over the Bengal plains. So the diversity that we have, the same diversity will start becoming a curse. Okay, if disparity persists, diversity becomes a curse, and that will be my conclusion. So how will I conclude? I'll conclude that if disparity persists, then diversity becomes a curse. Hence, it is very, very important for us to remove disparity, especially the regional disparity, by government interventions, which plays a very important role. So this is how I would like to conclude. So I hope you enjoyed this answer. And I know that you got to learn how to write geographical answers. So this completes 2024's geography answers. So we have discussed the history answers, very straightforward they were. We have discussed the 8 geographical answers also. So 10 markers of society answers I have discussed. Now let us go into the 15 markers of society questions. But before that, I hope you got to know how to write GS1 specific language answers, especially in the realm of society as well as in the realm of geography. It becomes very, very important that you learn the language of GS1, because many students who come and tell me, they tell that I have written all the answers, I had written nice answers, but I did not get good marks. What does that mean? It means that they wouldn't have adhered to the languages of GS1. In geography, you have to write geographical answer. In society, you have to write societal answers. The moment you digress from the authenticity of the language of these papers, you will not get marks. You may feel that you have written the content, but the language also is important, and hence this discussion and this model answers are very, very important. That is why I have taken the effort to give you the complete write-up. It would have been very easy for me to just put up a PPT and then read the Xerox thing or read the printed thing in the PPT. The reason why I'm taking the effort to write this is to show you that this is how you have to approach the answer, this is how your line of thought is, and these are the keywords, this is the structuring that you have to bring when you're writing the answer. So I hope you're enjoying it. If you've enjoyed this, please make sure that you like, share and subscribe, and share this video with as many people as possible. Okay, thank you so much for that. Thank you so much for all the love and support. So this is about the 17th question. Let us move on to the 18th question. Let us now look at the 18th question. Despite comprehensive policies for equity and social justice, underprivileged sections are not yet getting the full benefits of affirmative actions envisaged by the Constitution. Comment. Okay, again, it's a tricky question to test your prejudices, your biases and your stereotyping. The moment you see this question and you start criticizing reservation as a concept, you're done a blunder, you will lose the marks. Please don't do such mistakes. Don't try to go against the values of the Constitution. Don't try to go against the provisions of the Constitution. Please don't try to show the biases or the prejudices that we carry in our real life. I'm not telling you to be fake. I'm trying you to be reformative. I'm trying to tell you to be more open in your mind. Okay. So here, basically what they are trying to tell is, we have inequity in our society, and we have, provisions within the Constitution that will ask for equity, but why is there a disconnect? This is the main question that they're asking. Okay, so how will I start my question? So I will start my question, obviously definition, I'll start my question with definition. I'll start by telling the underprivileged sections of the society. The underprivileged sections of the society are basically the people who belong to some sections of OBCs, SCs, STs, women, transgenders, and economically weaker sections. Look at this. These are the underprivileged sections of the society. Okay. The next is, how is the Constitution envisaging social justice? How is the Constitution envisaging social justice, or how is it envisaging the equity? Here I will talk about affirmative action. So I'll define what is affirmative action. Don't bring a lot of articles. Don't make this answer look like paper 2. Please don't do that. Don't do this. This is wrong. You're writing GS1, and in GS1 you're writing Indian society. So when you're writing Indian society, talk from societal angles. Stop bringing more articles. That's why I'm not going to use any more articles except if needed. Okay, otherwise I'll not use it. So affirmative action, I'm going to define affirmative action. Affirmative action is the government response to uplift people who have suffered, historical injustice. So there are people who have suffered historical injustice. So to uplift these people, the government has taken affirmative action. And why is the government taking affirmative action? Because it is enshrined in our Constitution. Okay, so we have within our preamble, the preamble promises us three justice. One is the social justice, the economic justice, and political justice. But what is very important is, unless we don't have social justice, economic justice and political justice will not make sense. So this is what is my definition. So equity and social justice plays a very, very important role in the enjoyment of our rights, responsibilities, and relishing our economic and political justice that we have in India. You got this? So this is how my first definition or the introduction of my answer will be. Okay, again, look how formally you have to put things out. Okay, you have to be very sensitive in how you structure your words. So the next part, what I am going to talk is, I will say, despite comprehensive policies, why are they not getting full benefits? So this is the part I am going to address now. That is, why are they not getting full benefits? Okay, so this is how I am going to talk. So the first aspect that I am going to talk is the creamy layer. The creamy layer among the underprivileged. Underprivileged. So basically, this is why the Supreme Court had come up with something called, we have to bring subcategorization. Okay, we have to bring subcategorization of SCs. So that is what the Supreme Court had given the judgment very recently. But again, I don't want to make it more political or GS2. I want to keep it societal. So what I am going to tell is, there are creamy layers among the underprivileged. That is, there are people who have enjoyed the benefits of the government. However, these people who have enjoyed the benefits of the government are not allowing the percolation of the benefits to others as well. Okay, so that is the first aspect that I'm going to talk about. Okay, the second one that I'll talk is the rural areas. In rural areas, the social discrimination has continued. In rural areas, the social discrimination has continued, and this has, perpetuated stigma. This has perpetuated stigma. So people from rural areas are afraid. They are afraid to avail. They are afraid to avail benefits. Why are they afraid to avail benefits? Because they feel they are stigmatized if they avail the benefits. So this is still happening in rural areas. That is why in rural areas people are skeptical to say that I am from this section, so I need some help. They are very, very skeptical. So that is still happening in rural areas. Okay, the third reason why there is lack of this benefits reaching the people, especially in the society, is because of regional disparity. Okay, now this regional disparity, it will cut across language, religion, it will cut across culture. Okay, it cuts across everything, and this is what is happening because of regional disparity. Unfortunately, most of the underprivileged people, or most of the underprivileged sections live in regions that are highly underdeveloped. Most of the underprivileged people live in regions that are underdeveloped. For example, you can say the tribal belts. You can say the tribal belts of Jharkhand, Chhattisgarh, and Odisha. You can say the tribal belts of Jharkhand, Chhattisgarh, and Odisha. So these regions, the underprivileged are not able to get the benefits, not because of the program as such, but because of the regional disparity. Okay, so that is the third reason why they are not getting the benefits. Okay, the fourth reason I would like to tell is the attitude of the general public. The attitude of the general public towards affirmative action. The attitude of the general public towards the affirmative actions. Okay, so basically what they feel is that the people who are availing the affirmative actions are beneficiaries. Okay, who are getting undue advantage. They are getting undue advantage, and the general public will not be aware of the historical injustice. Historical injustice. So this creates what you call as the stereotyping of the underprivileged sections. This creates what you call as the tyranny of merit. Michael Sanders has come up with this concept, the tyranny of merit. So this is the one other reason why you're not seeing the percolation of benefits, though our constitution envisages policies to help bring equity and social justice. So this is one part. Now don't stop it here. See the question as a negative connotation. Now just because a question is negative connotated, don't say that everything is negative. Talk about the positive also. Okay, so talk about how the policies have helped in bringing equity and social justice. Talk about how the policies has helped in bringing equity and social justice. For example, if you take the tribes, we have the Forest Rights Act that has provided entitlement rights. To all the forest dwellers. That is the first aspect that shows that the government as well as the people have recognized the rights as the rights of the tribes and are recognized that tribes are the original inhabitants of the forest. So that is the first one. The second is if you take SCs as well as STs, there is very stringent laws. There is very stringent laws to help make sure that there is no discrimination. Okay, and this has led to the development of the underprivileged sections. This has led to the development of underprivileged sections. For example, there is something called Dalit Industrial Chamber of Commerce, that is known as DICCI. So this Dalit Industrial Chamber of Commerce will help entrepreneurs from Dalit sections to come up. So that is another policy that has helped these underprivileged sections to rise. The third is women. In women, we have reserved rights, or if you take the panchayats, we have made sure that women are being represented there. So that again shows that we are allowing the underprivileged sections to come up. The last is transgenders. Okay, many states have now started to recruit transgenders into the government jobs. Okay, there are reservations that are specific to transgenders. So all this points out that it is not always negative. What India has done regarding equity and social justice from independence till today. What India has done in social justice and equity has been tremendously good. So overall, I would like to conclude is, I'll conclude wherever the space is available. Okay, let me conclude here. I would like to conclude that there are instances where the benefits have not reached the underprivileged sections. However, this not reaching at all is a overly generic statement. Okay, it is a overly generic statement. So we have made progress from independence till today. We have made progress, and we are continuously improving to make sure that we can bring equity as well as social justice. So this is how I would like to conclude. So don't conclude with only the negative aspect. I know that the question is entirely given as a negative connotation, but please bring more positivity into it and talk about balancing it and telling that positively we are moving in a proper direction. So this is how you have to address this question number 18. All right, now let us look at the 19th question. The 19th question is on globalization and women. Okay, both globalization and women are important themes. Okay, in paper 1 obviously. So you should expect and you should have prepared an answer on that even before going to the exam. However, let us see how we can develop an answer with this. So globalization has increased urban migration by skilled young unmarried women from various classes. How has this trend impacted upon their personal freedom and relationship with family? Now, when I discussed this with my mains students who have written mains, they are overly emphasized. They are overly emphasized on the second part of the question. They have overly emphasized on the second part of the question and they have neglected the first part. Please don't do that. Okay. Always know that there will be equal weightage to both the sections if they are asking two parts in the question. So please make sure that you address properly the first part and then go to the second part. Let the order be the same, don't change the order. Though if you're addressing both the parts but you are just writing in a very random way, that also will irritate the evaluators and that may lead to less marks. So please make sure that you follow the same order that they give in the question and address the first part and then move to the second part. So here, as the question reads, first in the introduction I'm going to define what is globalization. Globalization is the interconnectedness and interdependency. It is the interconnectedness and the interdependency of the world's culture, society, ideas, people, systems, finances, and way of life. See, this is how I define what is globalization from societal dimension. I'm not defining globalization from economic angle. I'm trying to define globalization from societal angle. Okay, so this is what is known as globalization. So after defining globalization, let me talk about the first aspect. So they are talking how globalization, okay, they are using three variables: globalization, urban migration, okay, of women, skilled young women, okay, of various classes. Okay, now how globalization has brought this? One, you talk about cultural exchange. Okay, two, you talk about the global mobility. Three, you talk about the impact on social structures. Okay, so on these angles you can talk. The first is, and the fourth one is technology. Obviously the fourth one is, I'll talk about the fourth one. Okay, fourth one here is technology. Okay, so globalization and cultural exchange. Okay, so globalization and cultural exchanges, because of globalization we have got several feminine values that are respected. Okay, feminine values which were before known as unpaid work. So this unpaid work which is now respected, and hence women's potential is realized. Okay, this is very true especially in the middle class people. Okay, the middle class did not respect the women's unpaid work, so they used to usually neglect this. Because of globalization, the unpaid work was realized. That made them realize the potential of women, and now women are able to come to urban areas and work. So this is one, cultural exchange is one. The next is global mobility. Okay, that is, globalization will always increase mobility. Mobility will always come with connectivity. And whenever there is connectivity, obviously there is safety of women and there is affordability of travel. So when there is safety of women and affordability of travel, whom is it going to help? It is mainly going to help women of lower class, because women of lower class will not have so much accessibility to finances. They'll not have the affordability to travel for large distances or opportunity to travel for far distances. So the globalization has created mobility and connectivity, and it has not only provided security but also created affordability. So this has made the young women from poor background, the young women from lower economic classes, to also go to urban areas and work. Okay, the last is change in the social structure. Globalization has introduced the the equality with respect to men and women. Okay, it has created what we call as the for example, maternity benefit and paternity benefit. See, these values of maternity benefit and paternity benefit as somehow incentivize the higher class people or the women from higher class to also take part in the labor force participation. Or let us say that the social structures at the high class were very rigid. Okay, the social structures at the high class were very rigid, and because the social structures at the high class were very rigid, the globalization has helped get flexibility in that rigidity. How did it bring flexibility in that rigidity? By telling the high class people that women are okay to work. If women work, there is much greater happiness, there is much greater wealth creation and capital accumulation. So when globalization introduced this concepts into the rigidity of the higher class, this allowed women from the higher class also to go to urban areas and work. Now you are observing how I linked globalization from urban migration of women of various classes. So this is how you have to link. And last is the technology. Okay, the technology has helped all classes of women. The technology has helped all classes of women to help. See, because the technology will bring connectivity, because technology will help one to always keep talking with their parents, their brothers, their sisters, their husbands. This will help women, all classes of women, to actually stay at a much distanced location from their family. Okay, and this has given them the courage to go to urban areas and work. So these are the 4 areas where you have to link globalization with urban migration of women of various classes. A very tricky first half of the question. It becomes very difficult for you to manage this in that very short span of time, but an interesting question with a lot of variables. Okay, the next half. This half everyone would have written. The second half is how has this trend impacted upon their personal freedom and relationship. Okay, so on 2 aspects you can talk. One aspect is it has created what you call as economic independence, or you can tell it has created what you call as financial independence. The second is it has helped them in getting improvement in their social status. Okay, within the family I'm talking about the family in a positive way. I'm talking family in a positive way. So 1, it helps them get financial independence. 2, it helps them improve their social status within the family. Okay. At 3, it helps the children and their education. We know that every time women is working, every time there is women who are able to handle decisions, the children's education will always be good. The children's health care will always be taken care of. Okay. We are also seeing that there is less domestic violence. There's less domestic violence. So these are the positive impacts on personal freedom and relationship. What are the negative impacts? The negative impacts are 1, distance from the family. Distance from the family. Okay. The second impact will be the depression due to isolation. Depression due to isolation. Okay. The third aspect of young women coming to the area is the issue of security, because you are still seeing several scenarios where women are gang raped, where women are facing harassment. So the third is security, and women are alone here. So that is the third reason, that is with respect to security. The fourth is there is unstable relationship. There is unstable relationship, such as live-in relationships in which there is live-in relationship which are very toxic. Live-in relationship, I'm not telling all live-in relationship are toxic, but here there is very high chances that women who have come from some other area into the urban area, migrated there for work, will get trapped in toxic relationships. Because why do they get trapped in toxic relationship? Is because they are suffering from psychological vulnerabilities. They are suffering from psychological vulnerabilities. Because they are suffering from psychological vulnerabilities, they are forced to be in relationship with someone, and that can force them to be in relationship with some toxic people. Okay, so 1, distance from their families, so they are separated in a way. Okay, the second is there is depression that is building because of isolation. In urban areas, there is lack of interaction. They don't interact much in urban areas. Because there is lack of interaction, there is depression that builds up. The next is security reasons. Because urban areas, there is a lot of illegal activities, as well as there is a lot of threat on women. The next is unstable relationship due to the psychological vulnerabilities. So these are the negative aspects that it happens in the family. Okay, so overall, if you can sum it up, globalization, okay, I'm talking about the conclusion aspect. So we have spoken two important aspects: how globalization has helped young women and how globalization has impacted these women with respect to the family. So we have told both the aspects. So now for the concluding remark, we should say globalization has been a boon to urban women. It has been a boon to urban women. Okay, and globalization has not only been a boon to urban women with respect to opportunity. Okay, it has been a boon to urban women with respect to creating equity, with respect to creating social justice, as well as with respect to creating or making women as an agency. Okay, what do you mean by agency? Agency means women can take part. Women can take part in decision making. Women can take part in decision making. So this is how I would like to conclude this answer. I consider this answer as easy because globalization is a expected topic, but the first half of the question is where there are a lot of variables that you have to address if you have to write a proper answer. Okay, so overall this is a good question that is asked. The societal questions this time has been very good. It has been tremendous. It asks or it demands your maturity. It demands how sensitive you are to the observing or observations in the society. That is what makes it interesting. Society is not learnt in books. Society is learnt in observations. Society is learnt in expression. So this is what is society. Those people who can express well, who have observed every minute changes that are happening in the society, are the ones who are going to get good marks in society. Okay, so with that, keep that in your mind when you practice the society questions, and I hope you understood how to bring societal dimensions when you're answering the society questions. Stop bringing other paper into this. Stop bringing paper 2 into this. Talk only from the societal aspect. So this completes the 19th question. All right, let us now look at the 20th question. Again, society question. It is very, very tricky. It is there to test your personality. It is there to test, are you prejudiced? It is there to test, are you having any type of stereotyping, biases in your personality? Look at how they have framed the question. Critically analyze the proposition that there is a high correlation between India's cultural diversity and socio-economic marginalities. So what are they trying to implicitly tell you is India has cultural diversities. India has cultural diversities. So you have linguistic diversity. Sorry, you have linguistic, you have religion, you have caste, you have region. Okay, so there are different aspects of diversity, and everywhere there is a correlation of socio-economic marginality. That is, what does this mean? This means that, let us say in linguistic, because there is linguistic diversity, there is one group that has developed more, there is another group that has developed less. If you take religion, there is one group that has developed more, there is one group that has developed less. If you take caste, there is one group that has developed more, there is one group that has developed less. Is this what is happening, is what they are asking. You should not, are you going to agree with this? I told you that yes, there may be scenarios in reality that is true, but you cannot outrightly tell yes. Okay, you have to balance, you have to have some type of sensitivity. Okay, so look at this, how they are framed very trickily to show, what is your personality? Are you biased or prejudiced in a way? If you tell, yes, we are seeing that there is linguistic domination of one language over other, there is regional domination of one religion over other, there is caste domination of one caste over other, you have done a blunder. Don't do this. That is the aspect of society. Society will always have questions that will check your personality. Okay, so how are you going to execute this answer shows exactly how sensitive you are and how matured you are and how you can express this particular answer in a very matured manner, and that will give you a lot of marks differential compared to others. Okay, you can create a lot of differential with respect to marks compared to others if you can write a matured answer in such questions. Very nice but very tricky question. You should be very careful in such questions, especially in the section of Indian society. Okay, now coming to the first aspect, let me talk about the caste diversity. Oh, let me just let me introduce. I'm going to introduce, the first introduction is the cultural diversity of India. I'm going to talk about the cultural diversity of India. Cultural diversity of India is very, very wide. With respect to, we have food habits, with respect to religion, caste, region, we have a very, very wide diversity. And I would like to tell that this cultural diversity in India is the strength for unity, as well as the reason why we have such diversity is because we have what we call as the value of tolerance. Okay, and because of tolerance, we can see the perpetuation as well as the sustenance of diversity in India. So this is my introduction. Okay, now let me take one aspect, and they have asked critically analyze. So we have to see both the aspect. So first I'll see the caste diversity. First I'm going to see the caste diversity. So in the caste diversity, I'm going to say that in India, there are so-called different types of caste, and you have scheduled castes as well as scheduled tribes. And we see that the scheduled castes and scheduled tribes will have, or they are the underprivileged sections. They are the underprivileged sections. So it becomes true that within the caste diversity, there is socio-economic marginality of SCs and STs in India. This is one part, but I'll not stop there. I will say that, however, Indian government as well as the Constitution of India has come up with what we call as affirmative action. And it is this affirmative action that has helped in bringing equity amongst the marginalized sections within the caste system. Okay, so we are bringing equity within the marginalized people or marginalized sections within the caste. Look at this. So I am trying to nullify whatever marginalities that we are seeing within the caste diversity. This is the first point. The second point is there is linguistic diversity. Linguistic diversity. So we say that we have around almost 1,600 mother tongues. We also have 22 languages in our Constitution's 8th schedule. So we have all these things, but we also say that there are places where we have Hindi domination. Okay, so there is places where Hindi is dominated and other languages or linguistic minorities are suppressed. Okay, this is not true. This is not true because one, we can see that there is no national language in India. Okay, also there are two official languages in India. The two official languages are English as well as Hindi. Okay, so we have English for the non-Hindi population. Okay, now this shows, this entire procedure or process shows that the linguistic minorities are protected. The linguistic minorities are also enjoying the same rights and responsibilities as the linguistic majority. So again, this linguistic diversity does not correlate with the socio-economic marginalities. So that is one more aspect that I'm going to talk about. The last dimension that I can bring here is religious diversity. Religious diversity. So in religious diversity, you have Hindus, you have Muslims, you have Sikhs, you have Jains, etc. Okay, so overall, usually it is the Hindus that are in majority and the Muslims, Sikhs and Jains are in minority. So it is not true. It is not true that in the minorities are socio-economically marginalized. Okay, this is not true. The reason is because Jains are one of the wealthiest populations in India. Parsis are one of the wealthiest populations in India. Now, if you take Sikhs, they are also wealthiest population in India. Now, we can argue that in Muslims, there are many people who are still economically backward. Okay, that is true. However, even in Hindus, there are many who are economically backward. So, when it comes to backwardness within the religious sections, there are people equal number of volume within the Hindu section as well as the Muslim sections who are backward. Okay, so there you cannot correlate You cannot correlate the religious diversity with socio-economic marginalities. Okay. Also, what we say is, in our constitution as well as government procedure, there is protection. There is protection given to religious minorities. There is protection given to religious minorities. Okay, so this protection given to religious minorities again shows that the socio-economic marginalities need not be specific only to them, it can be specific to everyone. So this is how I would like to give my answer. Okay, overall what I would like to tell is, this concluding narrative or this concluding statement is very important. It is not true. It is not true that there is a correlation between cultural diversity and socio-economic marginality. It is not true that there is the cultural diversity overlaps with socio-economic marginality. The reason is because our cultural diversity is our strength. Our cultural diversity is our strength. It is not our weaknesses. You have to write this. Okay, it is our strength. It is not our weaknesses. That is one. Second, culture will always unite us. It will never divide us. Okay. Third, there is a correlation between diversity and socioeconomic marginality, but that correlation is mainly regional diversity, and that as a correlation with, there's a correlation with regional disparity, not diversity, I'm really sorry. There's a correlation of regional disparity, and that regional disparity will correlate with socio-economic marginality. This is my conclusion. Look at the conclusion. Look how matured and in a formal way you are trying to express. It is not the cultural diversity that correlates with the socio-economic marginality. It is actually the regional disparity. The disparity that will actually affect will correlate with the socio-economic marginality. That is, it is always the underdeveloped regions. It is always the underdeveloped regions that will have the people that belong to, or that will have the marginalized, sections, both socially as well as economically. So this is my conclusion. You should be very, very clear, or you should make it very, very clear to the examiner that cultural diversity is not correlated, it is the regional disparity. Even if you don't tell regional disparity, it is okay, but try to tell that cultural diversity is not true. Cultural diversity will always strengthen India. It is always create more, harmony. It will always propel India to do greater things, but it does not correlate with socio-economic marginalities. Though at some instances it is true, but you cannot confine it only to the cultural diversity aspect. There are several other circumstances that is creating the socio-economic marginality. Make sure that you make this very, very clear in your answer. So this is why the society answers are tricky. So you should be very clear. Okay, so overall this is the 20th question. So we have finished all the 20 questions in detail. I have taken the personal effort to write them to show you how your line of thought should be, what should be the language, what are the keywords to use, and how to structure your answer in a very systematic and ordered way. So I hope you have enjoyed this. I hope you have liked this. If you like this, please, you can do a favor of sharing this video with as many people as possible, because at the end of the day, the number of views will be a motivation for us to do this on a regular basis. Okay, now to give you the ending remarks, the GS1 paper will always be factual when it comes to history. Okay, it will always be conceptual when it comes to geography. Okay, and it will always be expressive when it comes to society. And in the society, you should always be clear to show your maturity, to show your personality, and your social observations. Okay, and when it comes to your geography, you should always draw diagrams. Okay, you should always know the definitions, and you should always know the mechanism of formation. Okay, so overall, usually the geography will have 8 questions and the society will have 6 questions. Together, these two sections only will have 14 questions, and you will have ample scope to create a lot of differential in this 14 questions. So practice geography and society thoroughly for GS1. Yes, history, the reason why history is important is because you'll get the rest 6 questions from this. But what happens here is it overlaps with your prelims topics. Okay, so usually what you study for prelims, you just have to study the same books from the mains perspective. Okay, so here also you have to practice. I'm not telling you should not practice, but overall either the questions will be very simple or the questions will be very difficult. Okay, so if you see the previous year questions, the questions this year in 2024, the questions of history were very easy. Overall, the questions of geography were moderate, society were also moderate. So I would term this GS1 as an easy paper. Okay, and as I told you in the start of the video, I can expect 110 plus from this paper of all the people who have written mains, especially the serious aspirants, because in last year 2023 there was less marks. So overall, the aspect I would like to finish in the ending remark is, how do I prepare for GS1? History is factual, you just bank upon whatever you study for your prelims, you overlap it and study from mains perspective. Geography, whatever you have studied for basics is important, but write a lot of answers. See a lot of phenomena. When you write a lot of answers, you will come across several phenomena that you wouldn't have heard of. Look at it in YouTube or look at it in some internet, make an answer out of it. So this is how geography is learnt. Learn from the questions back to the notes. Society is again observations. Okay, look at the different observations, what happens in the newspaper, what happens in the society, and how do you write answers for it is, see, in geography as well as in society, the main aspect is reading is less. Okay, take questions and start writing answer. Okay, in both, I am telling, in society plus geography, the one approach that you should know is write questions, take the questions and write answers. Now, let us say that you couldn't write a proper answer, then go back to the synopsis, okay, and then learn about them and then write again. Okay, because in society what happens is, it is not like you don't know, it seems like you will know, but how you will put across that word is very, very important, as you just saw. Whereas in geography, it is you don't know or you know. If you don't know, then learn from the synopsis and write it. So in society, when you are practicing answer writing sessions, look at the language that you write, look at the line of thought that you write. And when you write geography, see what diagrams you can bring, what technical definitions you can bring, and what are the different mechanisms, how it works. That is what you have to think. So these are the two aspects. And when you come to history, obviously it is something that you study in your prelims also. So you know the books. So just study the same books from the mains perspective. So this is how you have to prepare for GS1. So I hope that this session was entirely helpful. You have got clarity now to prepare for this general studies paper 1 preparation. You people are now equipped with it. You people also know how to write answers in GS1. So I hope it was very, very helpful, guys. Please do me a favor. Please like, share and subscribe, and please share this video with one of your friends. That will do me a lot of help, because more the views, more incentive for us to do this on a regular basis. So with that, thank you for all the love and support. I know that you people enjoyed the essay, which I have done very comprehensively, and I know that you people enjoyed GS1. More to come. I hope you will keep viewing us, and I hope you will keep supporting us. Thank you so much for all the love and support. I'll see you again, guys. Bye.